Come, draw close, and feel the power of the Heardstone. Your best location for Warhammer Fantasy Battle lore, hobby, and gameplay discussion. Hello, everyone. Thanks for joining us. This is episode 7 of The Heardstone. We're going to be reviewing the Beastmen Armybook. This is an Armybook that came out at the very tail end of 7th edition, but it was used all throughout 8th. They never made an 8th Armybook for it. Some have said that it was made with 8th in mind. We'll let the podcast hosts tell you if that's the case, but it is the next Armybook of the ones that we've done. So we've done Bretonnian, Skaven, and now it's time for Beastmen. Guys, who do we have here today?
Hot Tub Mike is here, ready to talk about the Beastmen book. Really looking forward to it. I love playing Beastmen. I love collecting Beastmen. And I think it's a very well-written book, so excited.
Durger, otherwise known as Evan in real life. Also play a little bit of Beastmen. Maybe not as enthusiastic as Mike to talk about it, but I'll give my perspective.
Kerry, K Morris 27 on the Discord. I've used Beastmen, and I know a bit about Beastmen. I wouldn't say that I'm the biggest fan of Beastmen, but there you
go. Brian, known as Rule on the Discord, and Beastmen sure are a thing.
All right. Well, I want to know how everyone's hobby is going. My name is Ryan. I'm Kugelfang52 on the Discord, and let's hear from everybody how your hobby's going. Just a peek behind the curtain for the listeners. We record this about a month before they go out, maybe a little bit more. So we may mention some stuff that's already been in some previous episodes. But what's going on with everyone's hobby? Evan, what about you? What have you been up to?
I've been doing some Mordheim stuff with my normal.
All right, turn him off. Turn him off. Not Warhammer Fantasy. Out of here.
He's out. Yeah.
All right, it's close enough. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's been fun. I feel like every few years we kind of all get the itch to get back and play a little campaign, get half a dozen games in, and throw some dice around, and it's fun. And I bought a bunch of. I sold a bunch of 40K, which I'd never used, and I've never played that game, so I don't know why I even had it.
It's always a good choice to sell 40K.
Yeah, exactly. But I reinvested that into some Mordheim card terrain from a company called Battle Systems that I'd kind of been eyeing for the last year or so, and tried it out in a game the other day, and it worked great. So props to that company. I think they make good stuff for Mordheim especially. So.
Is this podcast sponsored by Battle Systems Terrain?
Yes.
Well, they will be now. I'm going to be contacting them.
Exactly. No, that's just a testimonial for you.
Yeah, I've enjoyed seeing the pictures you've posted on the Discord of that terrain. It's very striking. I like it a lot.
Yeah. I think it looks nice for what it is. So definitely a better use of my hobby dollars rather than just buying a bunch more plastic for the pile. So.
I don't like that attitude at all. Going on.
So, yep, that's what I've been up to. But what about you, Ryan?
Ooh, so just getting ready for NXL's WA, and I started painting up the Tomb King. So that's going to be my WA. Will be I think I'm going to do about 20 archers, 20 or 30. Skeleton warriors, and then chariots and necrolith knights. And
nice. For people that don't know what the WA is, can you tell them what it is?
Yes, the WA is the this will be the third WA. This is the Great WA, and every summer NXL has kindly given gift certificates or gift cards to the winners or the winner, and it's basically paint an army in 2 months. So there's a kind of floor of what you can paint, which is I don't have it in front of me. Maybe someone can look that up, but it's something like 20 infantry and 8 cavalry, and an artillery piece and a monster and a character, something like that. Yeah. So you paint that up, and you can paint more than that, and then we have judges, and you can There you go. Win some prizes. Past winners, and I think we've talked about this on the podcast, maybe the first podcast. Brian is a past winner of the WA, or is that a 2-time? I can't remember.
I can humbly say that I did win the last 2 times, but the other entries were all amazing. I'm very excited to see what's going to be painted up for this next WA.
Yeah,
you gonna do something this year, Brian?
Yeah, it's actually what I've shifted my hobby focus to. I had been putting together a Blood Bowl team because my local shop is just really infatuated with Blood Bowl right now. It's at my local shop. It's either Blood Bowl or 40K. So I figure Blood Bowl might be an okay one. So I'd been putting together Dark Elves because I've been just doing Dark Elves a little bit lately after I finished my Orcs and Goblins. But with the WA popping up, I'm going to shift to the WA and do a Dark Elf submission. I'm thinking either a Dreadlord and Supreme Sorceress, some Dark Shards, some Doomfire Warlocks, and some Repeater Bolt Throwers. I think those will be really fun to do.
Hot Tub Mike has shifted the Overton window. It's Dark Elves now. So we're all thinking about.
Nope. All thinking about Tomb Kings.
Hot Tub Mike's been thinking about orcs a little bit lately.
Yeah, I guess I'll go next. I've been working on orcs recently. As you may know, I had a Nazgob painted for me by someone, and I've also been working on my own unit of Biggins. And I'm going to have a Grimgore painted here next, and thinking about doing a Orc and Goblin army with Grimgore kind of as the centerpiece with his unit of Immortals. And I think that'd be a fun next evolution of my Orcs and Goblins collection. And I've got a tournament in September that I'm looking forward to, a 2-day tournament. So I need to figure out what army I'm going to take to that. And Orcs and Goblins with a Grimgore. With a Grimgore-led army seems like it might be a candidate, or more Dark Elves with maybe some different pieces in there. So I'm painting on Dogs of War, painting some Leopard Company, painting some Orcs, I'm painting some Bretonians. Pretty normal things for me.
And for those who maybe don't listen to every episode, but like the Armybook episodes, Mike did just recently go to a tournament here in Central Texas. Brian and I also went. Mike ended up winning the Grand Champion. It was a Conquistador Award. So Mike won overall with his Dark Elves. So congrats to him with that.
So any chance we're going to see a Mike entry into the Great Wall of Orcs?
I've never done the WA, and I feel like I don't really operate very well under those constrictions. I like to just paint whatever kind of comes to me at the moment and not be bound by rules and guidelines.
As you say, as the muse takes you, right?
Yeah, the painting is more of a flow thing. Sometimes you'll paint every day for a month, and then sometimes you won't paint for 2 months, and you're just kind of, if you want to, you do it, and if you don't, you don't. So I kind of live by that.
That sounds so much better than I entered the WA twice and failed to paint anything both times. Which was my contribution to the last 2 iterations of the WA.
The muse was not present. You can't force it.
That's right. I'm with you, Kerry. I have also committed myself twice, and I haven't done it. I did the little WA, but I've never finished for the big WA, if I remember correctly.
I like the way you phrased that, Ryan. If I remember correctly, as if you could sort of swivel your chair around and, oh yes, that army. I forgot that army. Sat there painted, looking at me with hurt eyes now. So what I've been doing is going through my extensive hobby drawers, finding projects that I had abandoned years ago or put the bits aside 4 years ago, and actually doing them. So latest iterations of this have been, right, I'm going to have markers for all the types of mysterious terrain. So if my models wander into a mysterious forest and I roll for it, right, it's an abyssal wood, I will pull out one of my abyssal wood markers and it goes down. It's 3-dimensional marker with the name painted on. Just makes it a little bit more visually appealing if I'm then taking photos.
That's a great idea. We should do that, Mike, with our magical terrain that you play on.
What should we do?
He's not even paying attention.
Oh, we're talking about magical terrain
yeah.
again.
All right, go ahead, Kerry. Continue. So, you've been working on that,
And so, obviously, listeners won't know this unless we say it, but we've had a couple of aborted attempts to record this episode due to hardware failures on my part, and because of this, I ended up reading the book several times and became very enamored with the idea of the Razor Gore chariot, simply because there was never an official model for it, and this was a gap in my model collection of. I normally have at least a representation of every unit entry in a book, and it's, hang on, I've forgotten this one. I never did this one. I'd have a compulsion to do this. So sort of conversion from a Mearsay Miniatures, Proxy Razor Gore, and a Gore Beast chariot now sits on my not on my shelf,
Nice.
actually. It's on my window ledge, pride of place at the moment, because yes, I did that. I ticked that box.
Has it been hand primed white?
It's not been hand primed yet. We're not that far ahead.
Now, Kerry, did that realization give you anxiety that maybe you've missed other units in other books somewhere?
Which is why I now have an on-frame Bloodrack Shrine sitting on the pile as well, because I'm going.
You said, "Oh yeah, that's a thing."
That's a thing that I never wanted to commit to, because the model is so similar to the Cauldron of Blood. I just proxy it if I was going to use one or the other, and then it's I haven't ticked that box. It's gonna eat away at me. Fine, I'll buy that as well.
That's fair.
Are we going to comment on the exciting new release today, Ryan?
Yeah. Hey, Mike, we are still in the hobby question section of my outline. So, what about the new release stuff that came out today, everyone?
Not sure it's going to be really relevant, since this will release a month after.
So here's another thing. Today there was a release of the model of the Bretonian BSB. So that's when we're recording.
Yeah, but there's going to be no more updates between now and when this releases.
That might not be true, Mike. You don't know that.
I got a pretty good feeling about it.
I'm pretty sure people will still be sort of grumbling about it in a month's time when we do release.
Well, that's going to be the case no matter what release schedule it is. People grumbling.
Yeah, so the Warhammer community released an image of the Bretonian BSB model that's going to be released with the Old World. And what's interesting about it is it changes kind of the nature of the horse, the barding, or the cape of the horse. And so it looks like in the previous releases that they're going to, repurpose the 6th edition models, the Knights of the Realm, the Knights Errant. But this new model is going to have a different configured horse, basically, which will be a little bit different.
It's also a giant horse or a tiny rider.
One of the two.
Or both.
Yeah, I like that answer. Or both.
Yeah, this is something that on their Cities of Sigmar for AOS, the knights that they made for that have a similar thing, don't they? Aren't they similarly missized?
Yeah, giant horses that look like sort of cart horses, draft horses, with then jockey-sized men on top.
Right.
And it's hard to tell if the banner has a raised portion that makes it easy to paint a image, but in more recent 6th edition releases, you would have the BSB would have the raised portion, so people could paint without having to do freehand banners. They could paint the image of the banner. It's hard to tell if this BSB is going to have that, but that's a nice feature. It makes it just easier for people to paint banners instead of trying to freehand a banner, which is a very difficult and complex and evolved kind of painting ability.
Of course, and there's some people that would be very excited if it didn't have that, because they like that freedom.
It's interesting that they chose to remodel the BSB. I really liked the previous BSB.
Yeah, I can't remember if they ever released that one in Finecast, because I have the metal one, but metal banners are just a nightmare sometimes.
which does lead us to that this one will be resin, they said.
Yeah.
So that's kind of what's going on. We don't know what exactly is going on with the old world. There's been some, I think, very shady rumors about later this year. I choose to hype those up because either it means that I was correct in my estimation and when we did our first pod, or some people's souls will be crushed. And either way, that's kind of fun.
This was also the week that Warhammer Armies project finally got official contact from Games Workshop asking very politely to remove the official art and any lore copied verbatim from their books.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
That's a sad day.
pour one out for our Warhammer's Army project friends. Always appreciate Matthias's excitement and exuberance for the hobby. So I know that's going to be a big effort for him to pull that stuff and clean it up and everything. But certainly thankful for him. And I know a lot of people enjoy his work.
Yeah, we have a lot of people on the Discord server that enjoy the Warhammer Armies project, and obviously a lot of people put a lot of time and effort into it, and it means a lot to a lot of people, and they have tournaments and stuff, and so it's something to really think about and kind of give some credit to.
I will stress, though, it was a very polite note. It wasn't stop doing the thing. It was, can we please differentiate, make it very clear what is yours and unofficial and what is an official project? Because it has got to the point where the quality of what he was producing was almost indistinguishable from some of the official releases.
Yeah. So, from what he said, he's going to clean those out from all the GW official stuff he'll pull, but that'll take some time and he'll have to replace and stuff. So that's sounding like what's going on there. Okay, in that case, we're gonna get going with the review of the Beastmen Armybook. So everyone gets to describe the Beastmen Armybook in one sentence. That's right. I hope you forgot about this and that I'm springing it on you like a Beastman ambush right now. What's your one sentence? And we'll start with Mike because he wrote something in the outline. So mistake.
I think you're misreading what I wrote in the outline, but that's okay.
You said you had something to say about this. Oh no, that's for the next question.
That's okay. Well, that's okay. I'll go first.
Yeah, go for it.
I'll limit myself to one sentence, even though I know you won't in your response. But the Beastmen Armybook is about the winds of chaos and the destruction of civilization via goatmen.
Pause. Goatmen.
I was trying to think of what's the right word. Goatmen, I guess.
Yeah, that's right.
That'll work. All right, who's brave enough to go next?
The barbarians are coming out of the forest, are at the gates, and they're going to eat you. And they're hairy.
And they're hairy.
And they're
the most
hairy.
terrifying part. They're going to eat you, and they're hairy.
You're a delicacy in their culture.
As they eat you alive, there's going to be chafing. There's going to be stubble rash.
You will be uncomfortable.
Will be. All right. Well, since Brian made the mistake of saying something, I guess he can go next.
Okay, I'm going to keep mine short and sweet. This is in regard to generally most of the stories in the Beastmen book. Ambush, drink, sleep, repeat.
Ambush, drink, sleep, repeat. Yeah. I would add runaway in there, but yeah. All right, Evan, that's you.
Chaos's neglected stepchild.
Oh, poor souls. Poor souls. All right. I guess I will go with horned, chaosified animal humans that want to tear everything down and often eat you.
I don't know. That sounds a lot like my description. What do you guys think so?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Actually, you said goat men, and I went with the far more accurate chaosified animals. And,
Aren't you both supposed to bray at each other and challenge and bash horns now?
I think if we did have a braying contest, I think we know who would win. Because I think only one of us would participate.
The listeners would win.
Hot to Mike has too much dignity to participate.
If we jump back to the unloved stepchild analogy, Beastmen came about because Citadel Miniatures had created a range based around the brew from RuneQuest, lost the rights to that, and this was the lore they came up with for what they already had, that they had to then justify as no longer breaking someone else's copyright.
So it completely makes sense that Beastmen feel like an accident.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. This is, I assume this will be a theme that our listeners will discover, is that the writers have some interesting stuff in this book, but it does still feel like this is something that they were handed and didn't really, it wasn't like someone's project. It was something someone was given and they were like, you got to figure out what to do with these guys.
It does feel like you've given a freshman class, right, you must write 3,000 words on this, and you're reading the essays, and they had 500 words of good stuff, and then everything else is to push it up to that limit.
Yeah.
By the way, the authors were Andy Hoare and Phil Kelly, and it was published in 2009. Just for the people who are interested in that type of information.
I like that as we say negative things, Mike's like, and by the way, the authors, if you'd like to speak to them, here's their addresses. You can complain to them.
And that's the thing. These are relatively good authors in GW, written material. They have not, Phil Kelly, number of novels, number of very famous and very well-received codexes. This does feel like you've taken your A-team, given them the Duff assignment and said, make something amazing here, and they've done their best.
Right.
I don't know that they've done their best. I think there's some very clearly obvious things that they left out of this book that just, it makes no sense at all. I mean, but it's okay. I mean, the fact that they left marks out of the book entirely and any differentiation between like the Chaos Gods.
I think that fits with what they were trying to do. I think it doesn't work well for the battlefield, certainly, but we'll talk about that when we get to lore. I think there were decent lore reasons to do that. But our next question is this faction, like some of the factions are based on historical groups, locations, ideas. What about the Beastmen? What are they?
These are the barbarians at the gate in terms of the sort of late Western Roman Empire. This is the traditional idea of the Vandals coming out of the Germanic forest, crossing the Rhine, crossing the Danube, and they are going to just destroy everything. They have no culture. Again, this is the traditional idea, not the revisionist, more accurate idea of these peoples. But it is, we are going from civilization to a destructive black hole where there's nothing and there's no hope for humanity.
Yeah, I wrote a paragraph with kind of thoughts on the theme around Beastmen. I thought when reading the book, the Beastmen kind of touch on the ancient kind of theory that pervades lots of writing and thought, was that woods are very scary. Like woods historically have been places that are very scary. People didn't have access to good lighting. People didn't travel was very dangerous. Woods were full of bandits. Woods were full of the unknown. The idea that there's witches in the woods, there's scary things in the woods. You don't want to travel too far into the woods. And for most of human history, woods were very prevalent. There wasn't, so many fields hadn't been cleared. North America, Europe, they're very heavily forested places. And you're afraid of what you don't know. And going into woods, you can get lost. You can get easily disoriented. It's very dark in there. It's kind of this idea of what's under the bed. Forests feature pretty heavily in kind of horror genres. You have movies like The Blair Witch Project or M. Night Shyamalan's The Village or The Witch, which came out a few years ago, which play heavily on this idea of woods being terrifying places. Humans have generally been pretty afraid of them. So this kind of plays into the Beastmen. They live in these woods. They would have been in a more primitive or ancient time for humans where the woods are very scary. You don't really know what's in there. And in the Warhammer Fantasy setting, it's very much there's bad stuff in there. It's not a dream. That's reality. You don't want to go into the woods because that's where the big bad monsters live.
Well, that's interesting. Two kind of different takes. One more historical, and one, I guess, the human mind, but also just a more general take of how humans have lived. So yeah, one thing that is a little bit. This isn't necessarily how they are historically, but they do overlap in that kind of, hey, there's monsters and bad stuff out there. They overlap a little bit with the orcs. I kind of differentiated them in my mind of Mike mentioned that they're in the forest a lot, and that the Beastmen are the forests and orcs are the Badlands. And so I kind of have differentiated them a little bit differently in that way. And the Beastmen are everywhere in the forest, and the orcs kind of run around in big waz. I don't know. Did anyone else feel that that's kind of how they differentiated, or did you have a different way? Because they have some overlap in what they do in the Warhammer world.
I kind of feel like the orcs are more like a force of nature, as opposed to the beastmen being like Mike said, the unknown in the dark, the fear of the forest. The orcs are kind of just a wave of destruction that just sort of dies out at the end eventually, just to return, at any given time. Whereas the threat of the beastmen is kind of a constant threat within the Empire and Bretonia, and really, really cementing the fear of the unknown, fear of looking into the forest and not knowing what's looking back.
Yeah, orcs. I think it's almost like their momentum versus like what you were saying, Brian. Like the beastmen are just a constant. If that makes sense.
I've done this in the Sigma episode, but if we go back to sort of early fantasy and some of the theories of like Robert E. Howard, that he was following around civilization's rise, fall, evolution, devolution on the social scale, beastmen are representing what we could sink into being, whereas orcs and goblins are holding up a mirror to us and saying, this is what we are if we remove the pretension.
Oh, I thought it was what we are if we're at our best.
I like where you're going with that, Ryan.
That's an interesting way to look at it too.
Yeah, that is. I like that.
Yeah, I just think it's interesting that the forests in the 21st century where we live in the West, like forests are places where people want to go and visit. We have national forests. We have places that people love to go camping. People love to go out into the forest. Nobody's really afraid of the forests, but throughout human history, it's just been kind of totally different experiences. And in the Warhammer world, it kind of expresses those historical kind of ideas that like, hey, the forest is like very bad news potentially.
And for context, the Empire itself is about 2/3 to 3/4 forest. When we're talking about different places in the Empire, like Talabheim, Hergig, Altdorf, these are islands within a sea of forest, and the villages are their own little sub-islands. You are going to be, traveling through the Empire, you are going to be at the mercy of beastmen. You can't get away from that.
Yeah, it kind of represents early modern Europe with regards to the level of forestation that you would expect in the world.
Right.
There wasn't nearly as much cleared land, or farms weren't as big.
And anyone that sort of got an idea of UK geography, Sherwood Forest, Greenwood the Great, that was stretching from sort of Nottingham area to top of Yorkshire. We're talking 100 odd miles of just endless forest. It's not the little bit you can go to where there's a big oak tree now and think, oh, Robin Hood probably hid behind that. No, he had plenty of space, assuming he was historical. He had plenty of space to play with. And now imagine he's a beastman and has chariots and a couple of giants behind him. Very different story.
Right. All right, so that's something about who they are and the kind of what they are, where they might have gotten historical ideas for who the Beastmen are. What about the book? This is the first. Well, this book is a little bit different in its origins than some. So tell me about that. How has this book changed from its previous iteration?
So back in 6th edition, they attempted to do one unified chaos book covering warriors, demons, and beastmen. It became too large and bloated, so they cut it not down the middle, but they put warriors and demons in one book, Hordes of Chaos, and they put beastmen in the second book, Beasts of Chaos. And it was very unbalanced in that Warriors of Chaos and Demons had a good army that you could use on its own. The Beasts of Chaos book was beastmen and a load of monsters. But you could fit these together, and depending on whether which army your general came from, it affected which units were in core, which were in special, and it sort of worked. But beastmen were very much the chaff option within this interconnecting system.
Right. So if I remember correctly, it was like if you had a warrior of chaos general, then all kind of the warrior units would be your core, and then demons and beastmen would be special and rare. Basically, I mean, there were exceptions, but is that right?
That's correct. And the problem, obviously, there is that you're not going to spend your special points on beastman chaff if you've got a warrior general. But then equally, if you have a beast general, to get your beastman chaff units in core, you've got a beastman general who's not as good as a demon general or a warriors general. So you've shot yourself in the foot there.
Right.
So we're back to they are the unloved child in this trifecta.
So they also served as stuff that GW didn't want to put in the Warriors Demons book, Hordes of Chaos. The Beasts of Chaos book got some of that stuff that became associated with Beastmen, but might not have been Beastmen proper, and that affected some of the options that were available in the 7th ed book. Is that like so? For example, I'm thinking Dragon Ogres are not in this Beastmen book. But they were in the Beasts of Chaos book.
Yeah, so in the transition from 6th to 7th, Chaos Trolls, Chaos Ogres, Dragon Ogres, and Shaggoths all got ripped out of, being nominally Beastman units, which they hadn't been before 6th edition, but they had become by proxy in 6th edition, and were moved into Warriors. So Warriors got, if you had built a Beastman army in 6th, suddenly a good chunk of your special and rare aren't yours anymore. And there was a bit of whiplash around this because, well, hang on, no one else suffered this feeling of half my painted army is now in a different army book, and I'm going to have to theoretically, I'm going to have to replace this with new things, which might have worked as a marketing strategy really harshly, but they didn't produce the models to fill the gap, which we'll come to later.
Right. So they also had some significant rules changes between 6th and 7th. One of the things that changed is a lot of the Beastmen options were skirmished, and they had this interesting rule where they were skirmished, but when they charged or were charged and got hit, and skirmishing in 7th and 6th was less. There was less of a formation. It was just a mob. So whenever they got hit, they would form up into ranks, but they would still get, was it a two rank bonus or one? Something like
up
that.
To 2.
So they'd still get up to 2 on their rank bonus. And then they also, their herds were a mix of gores and ungores, and the gores could be up front and the ungores could sit behind and stab with spears. So they were really one of those, some of their units were very much lots of weird rules in the 6th ed book.
And I mean, no one will have ever done this, but if you use the 6th ed Beastmen rules in like the Lustria jungle fighting campaign in 6th, they were probably the most potent army for just swarming through the jungle and just destroying everything. Because unlike everyone else, they had a rank bonus, and so they're starting off at +2 to combat res against everything.
It's a very specific situation.
Well, and
oh yeah, never had. No one will have ever experienced this ever.
But this is something that did show up in the older book, but that doesn't seem to show up as much in the newer book. They served as a foil for wood elves. I think both lore wise, but also the play style in the older one, where there was lots of skirmish that could chase down the wood elves, that could hit them because you could charge any direction. The Beastmen really did serve as a counter to wood elves in that way, and I think it's a loss for them to have lost that play style.
That's when wood elves were a lot worse too.
That's also true. Another thing they lost, if Mike, I know this is something you would be sad about. What else did they lose that their chaosy friends have access to?
Yeah, so well, in the Beast of Chaos book in 6th edition, only a couple units, if I recall correctly, had access to marks. It was the Vestigors had access to marks, and Kerry, do you know who else had access to marks?
Well, characters did, obviously.
Yeah, Gore didn't for sure.
Vestigors did. Vestigors and Minotaurs did, and Shaggoths did, but only if they were upgraded to characters.
Yeah, so the Gore didn't have access to marks at that time. So the Bestigor did, and you had a few different types of units. You had the Zangors, you had the Pestigors, and you had the Corngors, which these are plays off of the names of the Chaos Gods, except Pestigors not really. Pestigors were associated with Nurgle, Zangors were associated with Tzeentch, and Corngors were associated with Khorne, and they would get the traditional bonuses for the marks that you would find throughout the edition, which has been Khorne gave you Frenzy, Nurgle gave you -1 to hit against you, and Tzeentch gave you a 6+ ward save or +1 to your ward save. So they removed the ability to place marks on Beastmen units in the 7th edition Beastmen book, which we're going over today, which I think is a big detriment. They get those abilities back in the End Times book, but it really weakened the 7th edition book from the perspective of if you had those marks accessible in the book for the different Chaos Gods and for multiple units like Gore and Vestigor, it would really make the unit more viable. It would make the Armybook better. It would make the Armybook more viable. And something it seemed like the authors really did in the 7th edition book was they really don't mention the names of the Chaos Gods very much. There's not a lot of mention of Tzeentch. There's not a lot of mention of Slaanesh. There's not a lot of mention of Khorne or Nurgle. When they talk about the gods, they talk about them kind of generically. And for whatever reasons, the authors decided to not really associate the Beastmen with those the particular gods, for whatever reasons. And they're very much a Chaos army, but they're not really affiliated and associated with the gods as much as the Warriors of Chaos or the Demons of Chaos.
I think it's because if you give them like too much, like if they have names for their gods or whatever that they kind of focus a religion around, you're getting too close to them having like an actual society, which is a big no-no for Beastmen. Just like their whole shtick is like tear down society, right? So I think they show their like they worship the gods by their actions, which are they're disgusting and filthy, they're violent, they like to ambush people, like be kind of tricky like Tzeentch would like, and then some Slaanesh stuff that we don't really need to go into. So
but
Yeah,
the other thing,
Go ahead.
sorry, just before we go away from Mike's thing, the gods are mentioned, but they're mentioned when you go through the lore. It's in the little italicized asides. So Tzeentch gets his write-up, but it's on the Gores page in the little fluff paragraph that's nothing to do with the bestiary entry. Similarly, Khorne is on the Tuskor Chariots page, and there is actually I'm just trying to locate which page it's on. A section that is about a unit of Pestigors. You can't make Pestigors with the book, but there is a dedicated little lore bit about a unit of Pestigors. And so this is one of the signs that there wasn't really a cohesive design brief for the book. And so some of the bits going in don't match what the final product was.
So with all that in mind, with some of the changes, another aspect of that would be they lose access to the Chaos God's magic. But with all those changes, let's unless there's something else, let's jump into the outline of faction lore. Let's talk about what they do, what they've done, where they come from. So, what are the origins of the Beastmen? Where do they come from?
Well, we don't know particularly where the Beastmen come from. The thing about the Beastmen is they were basically around before mankind and anybody who was around to take any type of notes or archive really how they came to be. The Beastmen see themselves as basically the rightful heirs to the old world and to the forests that they inhabit. And humans came along at a later date and started, clearing the forest and civilizing the forest and the world. And they see it as a usurpation, and they need to reclaim these natural fruits that they've had since basically the origins of life on this planet where they've inhabited.
Yeah, I think one thing that surprised me when I was reading back through the book was what Mike just said, that they actually predate like mankind. And because I had always had kind of the notion that like they were like an unholy mixture of man and beast that like was a result of men being around chaos.
Right, like a corruption.
Yeah, exactly. But in reality, and that actually is a thing that can happen, which we might touch on later. But the vast majority of them are like, they've just had this steady stream of beastmen since before like human times. Yeah, which kind of struck me. I just hadn't thought of that. They're like proto-humans, like Neanderthals, basically mixed with the forest-dwelling beasts. So kind of interesting
link.
I think that's what I'm getting at. Yeah.
Yeah. So when the polar gates came down and the original Great War against Chaos, Endless Tides of Demons, Lord Croak and giant force fields, and the great building of the Great Vortex happened, one of the side effects of this was huge wave of magical mutating chaos energy, and whatever it hit got sort of blobbed together. And there's a great piece of art. It's a double page spread in 6, single. It's much tighter in the 7th edition book, of this happening and sort of spinal columns getting ripped out of things and things getting forcibly mutated together, sort of like a Skaven lab, but it's happening to everything. And the quote in the 6th edition book is, "And in that time of chaos, man became beast, and beast became man."
Oh yeah, it's on. I think it's on page 7 in this book.
You said in the 6th ed book it says in that time of chaos, which is interesting because in the 7th ed it says, and in that time of darkness, man became beast and beast became man. So it is that disconnect from chaos to some degree.
That might just be me. That's probably just me misquoting.
Yeah,
okay. It's darkness. It's darkness.
Okay, you weren't reading it right there. Okay, I thought you were reading it. Got it. Okay.
So is there any sort of like timeline involved with the earliest humans? Does it start with Nehekara? Because I seem to recall that we read about Drakenfels, right? And he was already an immensely powerful enchanter at the time of the polar gates opening. So it seems like maybe it's just, maybe as Mike said, it was just before any sort of or any records of the time whenever the Beastmen actually arose after the polar gates opened.
Drakenfels is a bit of an anomaly because obviously lore moved on, and Drakenfell's lies. He doesn't always tell the truth, so his version of events is unreliable in itself before you then consider that canon has moved on.
So he's unreliable himself, and then of course he's not always. His lore has changed just by Warhammer authors anyway. So you've got an unreliable thing becoming even more unreliable.
True. Yeah. And I don't recall. I don't have proof in front of me. It seems like I recall a lore blurb about the old ones were aware of Drakenfels. They just were unconcerned about him. But I could be completely wrong with that. And
I'm not doubting it, but it sounds like that might be one of those like things that's canonicity is dubious at this point.
Sure.
And Drakenfels might have existed and been able to do, we know he did a body a jump to a new body back then, but that might have just been all he could do. It doesn't make him a big deal back then. It just makes him a Neanderthal who can do this one thing well.
Sure, yeah. That's why I had that question of is there any lore predating? Because I suppose I don't even know about the Nehekaran Empire and how far back humanity goes with them. And this is completely a tangent, unrelated to the Beastmen, I realize. But we started talking about the early humans and who comes first, the gore or man, and so it just got me thinking, how far back do we know about the humanity in the Warhammer world?
We need like a Warhammer archaeology textbook, is what you're saying.
We do.
And if we're talking about their origins, it's probably worth noting that Beastmen also just spontaneously happen within human society because of warpstone corruption, high levels of magic, etc. So children can be born just as beastmen, and adults can mutate and end up heading towards being beastmen and be cast out from society, and may or may not be accepted into a herd on the fringes, or might just get eaten. It's a bit up and down how that would work. Yeah.
Wasn't that the thing that it's kind of like the meteor of chaotic energy kind of impacted the earth, and then all of the warpstone basically was thrown into different areas, and that corrupted whatever creatures, they weren't humans, but whatever creatures that then kind of transformed into beastmen. Isn't that kind of a theory of their origin?
Yeah. One thing going back to 6 again, for the last time, I hope. One thing we do lose in this book is the global perspective on Beastmen. The 7th edition book is very much, this is what they're like in the old world. That's all you need to know. 6th edition takes a couple of pages to just have a quick look at everywhere. So you get talk of what the Beastmen like in the Southlands and their ape men. You get talk of beastmen in the kingdoms of Ind, where they're tiger-headed, and how they fit into society is completely different. They're worshipped as sort of capricious gods of the forest that might eat you or might protect you. And the narrowing of the scope in 7th is a real shame, because this gave a lot more options if you wanted to create a different theme to your Beastmen army.
Right. Yeah, they mention, I think the nod is they just say at the beginning of their origins, like, there's lots of different kinds of beastmen, and goats are common, or goat, kind of half goat, half man. But there's insect-headed things, and there's, and then they list off these different types of headed monsters you'd have, and then they say, but they all have horns.
Yeah. So in the later, like in 7th edition and 6th edition, the sculpts you get for beastmen are all kind of standard. You have a goat bottom, 2 legs, and then you have a human torso, and then you have a Baphomet looking head, which is a kind of a goat head with antlers coming out of it. But if you go back to like the early 90s and you read a book like or you look at the models from the early 90s, you have Skaven that have different appearances. They're not all necessarily goat looking, but as you progress in time throughout GW's history, it kind of standardizes into this. Every beastman kind of looks like a goat and it has the same kind of appearance, but it wasn't always that way. And if, like in the Conrad Chronicles, it talks about beastmen and they look different. And there was a time where Skaven models were kind of in the same blister packs or in kind of the same armies as beastmen, and beastmen had these very different aesthetics and looks, but they all kind of eventually were streamlined into this half man, half goat,
thus becoming less chaotic.
Mm-hmm.
And so you won't find one with like a beetle, like a bug head anymore. Right. Like that was 25 years ago.
I think also one thing that they talk about is that, you know, I mentioned before, all of them have the horns, but if I remember correctly, they also write into this book that they all have some sort of human aspect, right? So it's like half human and then a lot of different mixes and horns. But yeah, again, in the models, it's goat and human. Yeah. All right. So one thing that kind of, as we leave the origin of the Beastmen and talk about some other lore, is one thing that the Beastmen are very aware of is that they were first, and that the forests and all the land, because it was mainly forested, was theirs. And then the upstart humans started building stuff. And so right off the very bat, we know that Beastmen are pretty upset that humans exist and have begun to prosper. And that's a key aspect of who the Beastmen are. And so they know that, you know, they call themselves the Cloven Ones. The Cloven Ones are destined to take that back.
Yeah, and they seem to know this innately. Obviously, they don't have any written tradition, but they just have this sense within themselves that they know this history and this tradition.
Right. So we've talked a little bit about how they came about and that they're chaosified, even if they're not chaos god aligned. But what are they? You know, what are they? What are they like? What do they do? What's their nature?
It's kind of a prevailing theme in a lot of the stories that are within the book, that they just have this innate urge and they have this innate urge and desire to blaspheme and just tear down society. They just know it innately that they need to do this to please their gods, to please, you know, the chaos gods and those that gave them the gift of being beastmen.
They will gather up, get drunk, mob up, smash something, defecate on it, get drunk again, and then probably get beaten well hungover.
Yeah, this is why I really associate them with Mike. They I always, you know, but for real, you know, it's why we picked the Heardstone as the name of this book, because the Beastmen don't really have, you know, great hygiene, and we play Warhammer. That's a trope there. They don't like civilization. Mike hates video games, so I assumed that that's a Beastmen kind of thing there.
I don't really follow, but okay.
You know, video games are very civilization oriented, maybe. I don't know.
Hank Hill doesn't like video games either, and he's awesome.
We should probably explicitly say that a Heardstone is a sort of big towering monolith in the forest that the Beastmen gather round, and they daub, you know, dark runes on it that then glow. They put offerings in front of it. They attach you know, corpses and trophies to it, some of which might still be alive.
Cover it in excrement.
They one interesting thing before we move on, I don't know if they had I don't remember them explicitly stating it in the book, but I get the impression that some of the Heardstones are actually the giant shards, like, of warpstone from the Chaos Gates when they exploded. Is that confirmed anywhere ever?
There's definitely going to be warpstone corruption around them. If you actually had a pure shard of warpstone, that would have been a really cool entry in the book, where they're having their own little Nagashis are, why are the Skaven attacking us? We're all children of chaos.
Yeah, there you
go. So I did notice one thing on the talking about the nature of the Beastmen. They don't have, I mean, obviously they don't have blacksmiths. They're not making their own weapons, and so they don't have, the weaponry that other chaos does. It says in the book, the war herds lack the resplendent weapons and baroque armor of the human servants of the chaos god. For the beastmen already belong to the ruinous powers, and the gods have no need to bargain such trinkets in exchange for their souls. And I think that really indicates the nature of the relationship of the beastmen and the chaos gods. The chaos gods are like, they're already ours. Why would we give them anything good at all? And it's a mirror image of GW and Beastmen players. They're already ours. Why should we give them anything good at all?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're 100% scavengers, and so anytime they're equipped with anything, it's something they've taken in battle or stolen. And basically, a beastman is a crude creature that's just totally driven by greed, lust, and natural instincts towards violence. They spend their days brawling, shouting, rutting, drinking, and generally just being disgusting and gross and giving no thought to anything but hateful ideas. That's a pretty succinct description.
And this attitude of the gods is reflected if you do play using the end times rules, and you can actually roll on the Eye of the Gods table with your Beastmen characters. If they have the audacity to roll Ascension to Demonhood, you're a spawn now. Tough.
Yeah.
So there's kind of a lore
chance of becoming a spawn in the in those rules.
There's kind of a lore reason for there not being models for so many of the Beastmen units. You're supposed to take it from other factions and make it your own.
Oh, there you go. way to bail GW out just because they didn't do their jobs.
but this was one of the cornerstones of some of the big lawsuits around IP infringement from third parties. The famous ones were all sort of 40k stuff and pauldrons and Tyrannid drop pod equivalents. But Games Workshop essentially lost a lawsuit because if they cannot say you're producing equivalents of our models if they never made the models, and this was the legal ruling. So they then had a knee-jerk reaction of going through all their books and realizing, hang on, we haven't made a Jabberslith, we haven't made a Cygor, we haven't made a Gorgon. Other companies are doing this, and we can't do anything about it. So there was Beastmen suddenly got some love in 8th edition after this lawsuit happened, which was quite fun.
Ah, interesting.
Since we're on this section, I thought I'd mention there. We'll talk a little bit about it later too, but the ambushing rules for the Beastmen are not very good. But there was a section in this part of the book that really made me laugh because it kind of gave an explanation of like a lore reason why they're bad at ambushing. And I'm just going to read this part. It's kind of funny. It says, Beastmen are accomplished hunters, but this has far more to do with the warherd's innate ability to surround and entrap their prey than stealth or caution. In fact, all Beastmen are loud and impatient, and worse still, they stink to high heaven. A rank combination of rotting blood, days-old vomit, stale sweat, dung, and wood smoke. Hygiene is a foreign concept to the Beastmen. They scent, mark, and defecate upon every landmark they pass without hesitation. It goes on, but the whole point is that they're so bad at ambushing because people can hear and smell them coming.
That's interesting. There's another lore bit later about the force pass that they use, and they don't even try to hide them. Like they just use them so much, they just walk straight through the forest, knocking down every plant that they walk into. They just walk straight through it, and there was the implication that if you stumble on one of these forest paths that the Beastmen use, you will absolutely realize what it is because they make no effort to hide it.
Right.
Which sort of ties into the fact that this is a forest-dwelling race that doesn't have Forest Strider in 8th. So if your Beastmen, march through a forest, they go, then they are slowed down by the forest. And if for whatever reason they're counting it as dangerous terrain, they're just going to run into trees. It's no, we're going to make a forest path here, even if it kills half the unit.
And this does go back to some of the changes that happened to them. So it's still in the lore that they're forest dwelling, but their prior iteration really had rules that matched that with they don't really rank up. They're skirmished and stuff like that. So, they pulled that, which might have become even Forest Strider, but even that's not there.
But it means, people can say this book was written with 8th in mind, but for that brief period when it was being used in 7th, actually trying to march a Beastman army through a forest would have taken you all game.
Right. Yeah, because forests were, you couldn't march and you were half movement.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, how do they organize themselves, if we could call it organized?
So they organize themselves in war herds, which can go from several dozen to thousands.
Ooh.
Yeah, and the structure and hierarchy of their system, quote unquote, is basically a life for a beastman is a constant challenge of hierarchy. And so if a beast lord or a wargore is able to gather followers, he will then lead that group of followers until another follower or one of his followers or another beastman who comes across him challenge his status as the leader of the group, and then they will fight single combat, and the winner will will either get status as the leader of the group or maintain status as the leader of the group. So it seems pretty exhausting to be a leader of a war herd that is constantly having to fight for his life. But that's how it goes with the Beastmen.
Yeah. I did think or hear something or see something interesting. Just like in orcs and goblins, where goblins are more cruel and spiteful, it seems like ungors in Beastman society are more cruel. So ungors are, they have like half a horn. Their horn is short and not really grown, and so they're not even seen as not considered proper beastmen by the rest of the war herd. But it says a man taken captive by a war herd should fear the ungors the most. And it just made me think of like that GW does write in this idea of the smaller weakling of these, a lot of these factions are more cruel and spiteful.
Yeah, they get bullied by their big brothers in their own society, and then they're particularly malicious to anything that they have the opportunity to bully when it's their turn.
It's kind of like in the Christmas Story, the bully that has the little kid that follows around with him and is always jeering at others. I think similar to that, maybe. All right. So there's the next thing we have is there's a story, and I think we'll talk about stories because maybe some of us have some favorite stories later. But what about the Endless Hunt? Or do we want to talk about the Blasphemy of Blood Gorge right now, or should we save it?
It's nice that we move away from the Empire and we get into a Bretonnian story where the Beastmen have a plan. And a lot of the stories in this book, the Beastmen are doing a thing almost impulsively. In here, it feels a lot more like they have an idea of what they're doing. They do it. There's a sort of strategy involved, and it pans out well for them.
Yeah, every once in a while you get like a semi-cunning beastman that's got like an idea, and it's always like how to like on something or something. Pardon my language.
Yeah, way to go, Evan, ruining podcast again. But yeah, this story is one of fighting the Bretonnians, which is really cool to see Beastmen and Bretonnians. And yeah, the goal is that the Beastmen want to defecate on a relic, a Bretonnian shrine.
Yeah, kind of the whole notion of the story is that a damsel lives in a fortress or a small castle in a forest in Bretonnia, the Forest of Arden, and the Beastmen don't like humans encroaching on their areas, and they sack the damsel's sanctuary, and the Bretonnian army that had come to save her / seek revenge for this killing after they desecrated a statue of the lady, the knights kind of impetuously charge in to the Beastmen and their desire for vengeance, and the Beastmen trap them and slaughter the Bretonnian army. And so we kind of get introduced to this idea that in the Forest of Arden area of Bretonnia, there's a long war between the Beastmen and the Bretonnians in that area of their country, where you have this rivalry.
I'd like to point out that the knights all get killed, but their underlings make a run for it. So the peasants survive.
The wise peasants.
Not all of them, but some of them.
Yeah.
Which then you get home and it's do we say that the knight got killed, or do we just not pay taxes for a couple of years?
I feel like you get executed if you abandon your knights, and it's found that you abandoned your knights. Like, I can't imagine a lord would be like, "Oh, that's okay.
The lord's dead. It's fine."
Well, you're gonna have a new lord. Don't worry, Kerry. It's not like you get to go live some sort of great life after this.
I just wonder what the reporting system is on losing your nobles in Bretonnia, because obviously the peasants aren't going to be entrusted with the responsibility of saying, "Oh yes, Lord such and such just got his head stove in by a Bestigor."
Maybe they start a narco-syndicalist commune.
Yes, well, I think this also speaks to the fact that we have devolved into speaking about the Bretonnians in a story that's about the Bretonnian and the Beastmen. Is that even when you have a story like this where the Beastmen win and it's a very clear victory and they're desecrating a Bretonnian shrine, ultimately they just kind of become indeterminate bad guys, right? Like there's only so much you can do with they won and they destroyed stuff and urinated and defecated and got drunk.
Right, but that's all they want to do. So really, yeah, it's great for them. They're just living their best life.
I get angry about something else soon. I'm never happy with their successes.
Yeah, there's even a small part of the book that talks about the endless hunt. This notion that the Beastmen are nomadic by nature, and even though they kind of have rough territories that they are nomadic within, that they basically are nomads. They go from place to place, scavenging, killing, eating. They particularly like to eat humans, so that's one of the delicacies they enjoy. They say elves are too stringy, and that's just the nature of their society, is this nomadic war herd that goes around scavenging, eating, and killing, and they have no real plan except when maybe a powerful warlord gets them together to do something. But even then, maybe they'll sack a city or something, but they're never going to have the ability to topple civilization like they'd like.
They get a cool honorific though if they kill an elf though. It's like the Fey Slayer or Fey something.
Yeah, so they do. Yeah, it's Fey Killer is what it is. Yeah, that's in the hunting and the blood ground. So this idea of the endless hunt, they're constantly moving, but this is very different again than the orcs, where the orcs have this wah. And was it Kerry or someone said something about the orcs have momentum? Yeah, and the Beastmen lose momentum. It's like they accomplish something, and then it's like, okay, they're going to party, or they're going to defecate, they're going to do their thing, but they don't keep going and keep moving. I think that is one aspect of them.
Yeah, it seems like every story ends with then they got drunk and fell asleep.
Right.
Well, when we read the book and we kind of read the stories that are presented in the book, we kind of find that the greatest quote unquote successes of the Beastmen throughout recorded history are like, they sacked the capital of an imperial province one time in 2,500 years. And it's not like they ever brought the empire to its knees in the sense that like the vampire counts did or orcs have done in the past. Their ultimate or their greatest success is, they sacked like the capital of the smallest province, Hawkland, I think it was. But they never really did anything that was going to topple civilization.
Well, and this was, to me, there was a story in there that just was, it felt super disappointing to me, but it's indicative of that. When they're talking about the beast paths, they talk about the fact that sometimes beast herds will run into each other along the paths, and they'll get angry, and they'll stand in front of each other. The chieftains of the two tribes will sit there braying and trying to make it where their group gets to go on the pathway, because I guess it's like, it's narrow, too narrow for all of them to go through. And it says, they'll strut and they'll do their thing, and then eventually the two of them will fight, and they'll have combat. And you're reading it and you're like, oh, okay, so this is gonna be like, they're gonna fight to the death, or there's gonna be something. And then it just says, they'll clash horns, headbutting until one is knocked unconscious, and the winner's determined, and then their guys get to go first. Just, to me, that felt super disappointing.
I mean, the victorious tribe then all takes their turn to relieve themselves on the guy who's been knocked out.
That is true. I mean, that would be, that would feel good. Right?
He probably loved it, Dirty Beastmen.
Ew.
Sorry.
Secret Slangors.
Okay, we can cut that out if you want.
Oh no, it's saying. But I don't know. Just to me, it was like, you'd think like they're going to take some of the beastmen from the other herd, or if it was orcs, it's like, okay, now he's got the starts of a wah, and in this, it's like they go to the bathroom on them as they walk.
Yeah, because they're just like petty degenerates. That's like their whole thing.
Okay, that makes sense. You might understand that better than I do.
I think it just speaks to me on a level maybe it doesn't to you.
And it's really important to be the one that gets to walk through the forest path, because they don't have Forest Strider, right?
Oh, that's a good point. So we also have for I think it talks about the Doom Bowl at this time. I think that's when it talks about the Doom Bowl that has a dual mind. That they.
Oh, do we want to mention that I think it might have been in an earlier section, but the Beastmen seem to have a special connection to Morsley, the Chaos Moon, and like it's when it's like full, they're just like we're getting some weird feedback or something.
They wake up more, right? Like when it waxes, it says it's as if every beastman in the forest is braying, bellowing, barking, and cavorting in some feral ritual.
Yeah. It gets their ire up.
So what we do have is we have some material on if your herd isn't being led by a beast lord or a wargore, essentially a combat normal beastman, what else could it be led by? So it could be led by a shaman, and the Bray Shamans, are a separate class within the society. They are untouchable. You are not meant to just walk up to a shaman and whack him over the head. And so if a shaman is leading your Bray herd, they are essentially going to keep doing that until something external kills them or another shaman challenges them, which then becomes a magical duel. But what the shamans can also do is they can act through a proxy, which is in this case a Doom Bull, which is a massive Minotaur character, either by persuasion or, in the example given in the book, by mind controlling the Doom Bull, which goes well until the Doom Bull realizes and just splats the shaman because they don't care about those rules. And then
Are you referring to Karek Stoneheart? Yeah, that was kind of a fun little story they had in there. I thought it would be a fun character to like put into an army, like have your Doom Bull with a wizarding hat to be like a representative of that character would be kind of fun.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, that exact mechanic is what they then use on Ungrel Forehorn, where it is completely wasted.
Right.
So sometimes they do, like, in this hierarchy, they can fight each other to take control of which gore or which leader is going to be in charge, and that's actually how which character is it? Is it Carrick that takes control in this way? He like waits for Kazrak. Sorry, Kazrak, the One Eye, takes control of a war herd when the current leader Graktar gets wounded when they're taking a town, and that's when Kazrak is like, "Oh, he's wounded. I think I'll challenge him now." And they have a fight, and he like tears off one of his horns, but leaves him alive. So again, Beastmen don't necessarily fight to the death there, but he takes his horn, and Graktar is kind of following and plotting. But that's kind of how they decide who's going to be in charge, is through this constant fight. And so, if you get wounded in a battle, you better watch out because someone's going to challenge you.
Yeah, leaving him alive is presented as something quite unique. This is Kazrak's big thing is he's a lot smarter than the average Beastman, sort of Yogi Bear style, and you don't quite know what his plan is for leaving his rival alive, but he's got one.
Right. Okay. I thought maybe it was Grimgor Ironhide that likes to leave people alive too, and he defeats them.
That's so he can fight them again when they've got better.
There you go. Archaon just needs to get good.
Grimgor is the best.
Yeah, so this is kind of the section where we kind of get the composition of the war herd, or the Bray herd, I should say. The Bray herd is kind of the entity that's the Beastmen army, and which is a combination of war herds, which is the powerful chieftain. A powerful chieftain will call the Bray herd, and they're usually accompanied by a Bray shaman. And then the Wargors will bring their war herds, and then the Beastlord will, take these war herds, take these Wargors, and assemble them into an army that can, match an army of another faction. So that's kind of how they combine to create a force that is, tabletop worthy, or in the lore able to fight an army of another race.
And the way they do that too, like they light a huge pyre at the Heardstones and like put all sorts of weird like ritualistic ingredients on it that create like these noxious fumes that spread throughout the whole forest and like draw in the Beastmen, which I thought was kind of cool.
Yeah, and then once you get there, you kind of have this notion of the challenge, where kind of these different powerful Beastmen will challenge each other to determine who's going to lead the army. And it's a kind of a series. It's a night where you kind of have a series of challenges, and then the strongest, eventually gets to lead the army. And I'm sure there's all types of strategy there with regards to like going last because maybe then you're the freshest or whatever. But that's how it works.
This actually segues into one of my favorite bits of lore in the book. It's a bit later on, but when you summon a Bray herd, and all the chieftains attend the Heardstone, and they're supposed to daub runes on the Heardstone, essentially like signing to say, yes, we're joining this war equivalent, this great invasion. The Centaurs turn up and they can't do that, so their chieftains are limited to just defecating at the base of the stone. And all I could think of was, what is the equivalent of this within history? And so I was thinking, right, so it's the Mayflower Compact, and they sign it, and Captain Miles Standish just craps on the floor. Or the Texas Declaration of Independence, and yes, signature, representatives from San Augustine. Oh, right, we need to change the carpet.
I'm not sure that last one didn't happen.
I'll admit I was flying a little bit blind and just picked one of the representatives.
Oh, that's good. That's good. Senegors are pretty funny in this book, I gotta say. I get a good kick out of them.
Yeah, so then once the Beastlord is announced, everything goes a little crazy, right? Like everybody starts to party, and there's this kind of lack of a better word, orgy of not violence, but just kind of Beastmen going a little crazy. They sacrifices, celebrations, drinking, so that type of thing goes on. And then the next day they kind of get up and, start to carry out whatever devious mission they have.
And the next devious mission we get a story about is essentially one big drunken bender where they almost end up besieging one of the big dwarf mountain fastnesses until they sober up and realize, oh, that's enough. That's enough. We could have done something significant here, but We looted some farms and scared people. Let's go home.
Yeah, this is the story of Scar Blackhorn that Kerry is going to tell us about.
So it's the Dark Knight of Carrick-Hirn, which is one of the ones in the Grey Mountains. If you've seen Dwarf King Alaric on his shield bearers, the old metal model, it's his base. It also shows up in Gotrek and Felix Orc Slayer, one of the least popular Gotrek and Felix books, to be honest.
A lesser slayer.
It's more. It goes a little bit off piste with the sort of Stephen King's It style giant psychic spider from before time.
What?
I said one of the least popular ones. Underneath Carrick-Hirn in this book, it big twist. It wasn't the orcs. There was an ancient psychic spider monster mind controlling everyone, and that's what the baddie is. And it's a little bit like the end of Stephen King's It, where the clown was a big spider the whole time.
Sure. Okay, I got you now.
So Scar Blackhorn, they present him as famous Beastman warlord, and what did he achieve? Him and his bestigors got drunk and started purging, raiding the dwarven settlements on the way to Carrick-Hirn. The Gors take hundreds of decapitated heads to bear aloft on their savage totems. They're not at all used to the strength of the dwarf liquor, so they are building momentum. They're building momentum. Great. The dwarves are utterly unprepared. The livestock is butchered, clansmen slain, buildings ruined, and then they wake up the next morning and it's, we made it all the way to the gates of the big one. That's enough. We've done enough for the gods. About turn, everyone, go home. Back to the forest. And that this is good, this is good enough in Beastman, in terms of Beastman's benchmark for success, that this gets a full page spread in the book, and this is what is still told around the campfires of, if you, follow the rules and listen to your Bray shaman and grow up to be big and strong, you might almost achieve something just like this guy did.
Yeah, it's like the guys pining about their high school football days. If only I had done that or this, or we almost won the big game, but it's just you didn't really do anything.
This actually really helps me understand the psyche of those of you who play Beastmen.
But they're not pining about it. They're celebrating it. So it's, if you grow up to be big and strong and you do all of this, you can lose the final game and lose the championship, but you got to the final. Well done.
Having played quite a few Beastmen games, right? Games with this army, it's pretty accurate. It's you got to take your moral victories where you can. Okay.
All right. So we've got the Dark Knight of Carrick-Hirn. What about they have this section where it actually talks about all the different realms of the beast, and they use it. I thought this was cool because they use it to give, I guess, different ideas of how someone could build a Beastman army and how it could be different. So they talk about, or what about this? What's one of the realms of the Beastmen that you think was cool, and tell about what type of army it allows you to build?
This is the bit where I just wish it wasn't old world focused, because this is what I was I was pining about half an hour ago.
Yeah.
I like so just one of them was, there was a beast lord named Korok Manripper, who is always fighting with the Bretonnians, and kind of realized eventually that if he stole their armor and heraldry, and they just kind of all his bestigors wear that stuff, and it just pisses off the knights even more, which I thought was kind of fun. It'd be kind of a fun modeling opportunity to make all your bestigors look like they're wearing the tabards of the knights and stuff.
Yeah, that's a cool one. What about anyone else?
Yeah, this is a part of the book. It's pretty interesting. It talks about how the beastmen from the Middle Mountains are more prone to having monsters than their Bray herds, and the foothills beastmen have Senegors. So just kind of the different topography is going to dictate what the composition of your Bray herd's going to look like. So if you kind of have more open terrain, like around Marienburg, those Beastmen Bray herds are going to have more chariots.
Which
And
explains
so,
why Beastmen, a forest army, has chariots. It's mainly these that are in this kind of clearing area.
It also goes on to talk about I think it was the last location is the Heart of the Dark, and I actually really liked the lore about this area. It's just the they call the largest of the Heardstones the Heart of the Dark. They say that the sun never rises over the Heart of the Dark, and it's so resonating with power that a Bray shaman would like chain themselves to it to absorb as much as they can. So if you want to focus your army with mini Bray shaman, or it even says that I want to say that it even says that all of the secret ways eventually lead to the Heart of the Dark. So maybe it's like an overarching army theme or something like that. But I thought that was pretty cool.
Yeah, I liked the Black Deeps, which is by the Border Princes. It's over by Blackfire Pass. It says that in the Black Deep that they're the what is it, the enemy is the spiders. So you might think that there's probably a lot of like spider goblin types of things. There's giant hunting spiders, and so they they fight them. But the Black Deeps is really shadow oriented. So if you want to take like shadow magic, or if you just want to have that idea of more sneaky and in the dark kind of stuff, then you could take them. It talks about them having serrated spider limbs coated with poison and stuff like that. But I thought that was a pretty cool one. Anybody else have a favorite?
yeah, I think the story that we get on page 23, which talks about the place of blood, I think it's pretty interesting. This is kind of a piece of lore that I didn't really expect when I was going through the Armybook before the podcast. Just kind of this idea that Beastmen and Skaven have a long history and rivalry. It was kind of a rivalry that I wasn't thinking about, because you kind of associate Skaven with dwarves and goblins fighting under the old world to secure the resources and the holds in the mountains, and the fighting over the values of the ancient dwarf realms. But apparently, Skaven and Beastmen are also big rivals, and Skaven and Beastmen will fight each other in the forests of the old world, but also Beastmen will find themselves from time to time going down into the tunnel system of the Skaven to fight the Skaven. And so if you have a battle on the tabletop where Skaven and Beastmen are fighting, you might think, well, how would they ever really interact? Because, Skaven live underground. What would Beastmen be doing there? But apparently it's actually a thing, and lore really supports kind of the background to any game between Beastmen and Skaven.
Yeah, and in this story, the Skaven, right, they open up a hole right at a Heardstone, which does give credence to this idea that maybe they're Warpstone, but they do that, and then the warlord of the Wargore jumps down into the pit, and a bunch of his guys follow him, and they're never seen from again. But it leads to this massive war. Is that the right one, or is that?
Yeah, this is the one where the guy jumps in, or the Beastman Lord jumps into this hole that's come up, and kind of the notion that you're getting is that Skaven are competing for Warpstone resources, and Beastmen are naturally drawn to Warpstone resources themselves because they're touched by chaos and they're affiliated with chaos. And so, like, Heardstones probably have some sort of connection with Warpstone, and also Skaven, also want to be near this powerful source of chaos energy. And so that's kind of the nature of their conflict arises from that tension.
Yeah, so some of the others are, like, just for those who might be interested in Beastmen, those in the Reichwald area are known for being more numerous, so around Altdorf. So if you're, interested in playing a lot of Gores and stuff like that, then or Ungores, then you might want to play them. In the Northwest, we already says chariots. In Ardennes, then you have it's more elite, and there's bestigors and stuff. So this is a good section to look through to figure out what you might want to play, and it can give some focus to your army. So the next thing that we have is the days of wrath, and this is just kind of about the ways and the groups that fight other tribes or other factions, sorry, so to speak. So tell me about that. What's going on there with the increasing war as it moves towards the current timeline?
So we get a bit more sort of context for some of the special characters. So we get some more about Malagor, gathering forces, acting as this sort of boogeyman within the Empire's psyche. We get a little bit about Khazrak the One-Eye gathering forces in the Drakwold. We get a bit about Taurox the Brass Bull. It almost feels like this is the equivalent of if they'd given another page of lore to some of these special characters, some of this wouldn't have necessarily been here. We also get a paragraph on a character called the Harbinger, which, if you've ever struggled your way through End Times Glotkin, that's the Beastman leader you're stuck with. You don't get a name, you don't get a proper name character with a model and rules. You get this guy, the Harbinger, who just is a shaman. He's been known to summon demons in the past. Good for him.
All right. So yeah, this tells us it really does feel like, hey, it's some about special characters that you're also going to read about later. Are there any? Is there any point in those that someone thought was interesting or fascinating?
I think there's several sections throughout the book where the special characters are mentioned like 3 or 4 times, like Gorthor or Malagor. Right. And then they have their own special section. They have their own dedicated page, but they're also intermittently mentioned throughout the book. So it's a little discombobulated from the standpoint that they're mentioned in several different places, and their story is kind of told halfway in a few different places. And this is just kind of one of those areas.
I do have one question for Kerry, or for anyone that might know. On the section on the Brass Bull, it mentions that the Brass Bull has this massive army of mainly Minotaurs that's marching towards Talabheqland. And it says like they're getting closer, and the Pistoliers and the Outriders know they're coming closer, and they've tried to send out like flagellants to stop them and all sorts of stuff like that, but it's getting closer. And it says, the Brass Bull's army is headed directly for Talabheim and growing larger with each passing week. It feels like it's setting up for, honestly, for like End Times type stuff or for something. Does that ever show up in End Times?
So Talabheim in End Times, we're back to Glotkin again, and the 3 Magoth riders along with a crack team of putrid Blight Kings from the Brass Keep attack Talabheim, lose, get reinforced by Epidemius and a load of Nurgle demons who are all summoned from the Heardstones throughout the Great Forest, and then they fill up Talabheim with suspicious white gunky fluid, shall we say, and the army of the Empire has to come out due to this sort of pestilent rain that's filled up the entire crater and then loses. So Taurox does get mentioned when we get to Altdorf, so one can only assume that this mile-long column of Minotaurs turned up to their target, found it full of white gunk, and then just sort of tagged on with the remainder of the Nurgle army. So it's okay. Taurox gets to Altdorf, and Marcus Wolfhart shoots him through the throat because, of course, Beastmen are not allowed to have nice things.
That's a shame, because the couple paragraphs of the Brass Bull blurb in the book, it felt like a really good story hook. Like, rumors are saying that they're heading to Talabheqland. Like you were saying, Ryan, Pistoliers, Outriders have reported this. They've sent such and such to go try to stop them, and they swear that it's heading directly for Talabheim, and it feels like a campaign hook, or like it would have been really cool if GW had taken that and ran with it and made that like I guess they weren't really doing this during Warhammer Fantasy, but making it an event to kind of center around the Beastmen, to make the Beastmen more attractive, maybe come out with some special models around the event or something like that. But it felt like a really cool hook to get into multiple battles to read about in a White Dwarf. But yeah, that's a shame that it ended up like that, Kerry.
Just Beastmen don't get any love.
We should really remember this. Okay, I think, Kerry, you wanted to talk about the ravages of Gorthor.
So we've touched upon this previously. This is the high watermark of Beastmen achievement ever, where they're going to get the equivalent of this is the equivalent of an average orc-style war. We aren't talking like Gorbad Ironclaw level here. We're talking someone who would get a paragraph in the Orcs and Goblins book. But Gorthor is a beast lord who is touched by the gods. He has visions, and such is his magnetism that he gets a big enough army together that he's heading in the same direction, that they plunge through a couple of imperial provinces, and so they go through Ostland, they go into Hochland, and they have a big showdown battle at the Hochland capital of Hergig. Now, just to give the summary version before the analysis, they end up in a protracted siege and attritional battle at Hergig. They get into the streets. Gorthor gets into the final challenge with the Elector Count of Hochland, and then the cavalry come over the horizon. The knights are back from crusade, and the Beastmen all lose, and Gorthor and the Elector Count mutually kill each other. That's the simple version. This story, again, had far too much time for this. This story in the 7th edition book is a watered-down version of what's in the 6th edition book, which in turn is a watered-down version of what's in the 5th edition Champions of Chaos book. Games Workshop sanitizes this story every time they rewrite it. It gets a little bit less on the nose, a little bit less horrific. So I'm going to give you the original version analysis. Gorthor gets to Hergig, and he's basically arriving at Petersburg. If we're going to use an American analogy, we've got trench systems, we've got traps, we've got a huge amount of troops that aren't necessarily the best, but they're going to be thrown into this meat grinder as long as is needed. Okay, we're straying a bit out of the Petersburg analogy here, but the Elector Count, it was more about the trench system, so
the trench warfare, yeah.
And the Elector Count is willing to throw everything away. He's willing to let every single person under his command die. Every civilian is going to be put into the front line. He does not. He is completely dispassionate about this. We are going to survive, even if it kills all of you. And
very Zap Brannigan.
Yeah.
And Gorthor is scary in the old ones. He's not this sort of he's not this watered down orc warlord. It is even on the tabletop, he is terrifying in previous editions. In 7th edition, he's, to be honest, rubbish. And yeah, I would highly recommend anyone that knows a bit about this character and is interested, track down the previous versions of this story, because they are so much more visceral.
Yeah, and kind of at the end, both Gorthor and the Count of Hochland die. So Gorthor's dead.
But I mean, again, we're going to do rules later, but in 7th edition, killing Gorthor is not hard.
Just from a lore perspective, everyone can know this greatest beastman who ever lived and ever did anything, he dies. And he's a historical figure. He's not a current figure.
Yeah, we're talking... We're
So-
talking back during the Crusades, we're 1,000 years ago.
Yeah. So, Kerry, would you say that like among Beastmen is Gorthor the goat?
Ooh, that was bad.
I had to get that in there.
And it also slights Beastmen by making it during the Crusade, where like a lot of the Imperial forces are away fighting. So like the Beastmen only succeed in this context of like Middenland and Middenheim having no knights.
Right.
He tried, guys. He tried his best.
Okay, well, I think that's Kerry's, maybe not his favorite story, but that's one story that Kerry wanted to talk about just because of his suggestion that you go read the older versions.
It's still my favorite.
Did anyone else have a favorite story or tidbit? And Kerry, if you have one that's your favorite, you might want to talk about that too.
No, it's still my favorite story. It's just there are better versions of that story. If I didn't enjoy it, I wouldn't have gone down tracked down the old versions to do the comparison.
Well, good point. Good point. All right. Does anyone else have a favorite story that maybe we didn't talk about that stood out to you?
There's one. It's just a little like side blurb, a little paragraph side blurb that talks about rumors among like the common folk that there's like noble people of the empire that like go around and cavort in sadistic rituals with Beastmen. I just thought that was kind of a fun little like nod to like people talking about corrupt nobility and that sort of stuff. So
yeah, that's on page 21. That's the enemy within. That's an interesting little thing to think about. Just this idea that imperial nobles go out to hunting lodges in the forest, which I wouldn't do in forests that are known to be inhabited by all types of beastmen and goblins and nasty things, but apparently it's a thing. And just kind of this idea that they have these chaos cults where they indulge in all types of perversions and kind of disgusting behavior. But we know, reading Black Library books and other army books and stuff, that imperial nobility are very much touched by chaos in all places in society. Even all the way up to pretty much the very top can be tainted in that way, which is fun. It's fun.
Yeah, that was actually one of my favorites too, Evan. That's one that I thought was interesting.
Oh, sorry, did I steal it from you? I didn't.
No, I was validating the awesomeness of your choice.
Oh, sure, yeah.
I was not challenging you. I'm waiting until someone else challenges you and y'all fight, and when it gets injured, then I'll challenge. Brian, did you have one that was a favorite, or did you have something that you liked, or had you already shared yours?
I had shared a couple of mine, the Brass Bull and then the Heart of the Dark, but I also it's not in the lore section. I kind of like the lore associated with Moonclaw, which we'll touch on whenever we get to the characters.
All right then.
Oh, one thing I think before we move on that's kind of fun is side tangent about Total War Warhammer, since they have Tarox the Brass Bull, just as we were touching back on his thing about him like getting closer and closer, like this never-ending train that's just heading towards Talabheim. I've not played his campaign, but from what I understand, his like mechanic in that game is that like when you fight a battle and win, you can just keep moving again. So like he's just like this pain train apparently, which I think is cool that they kind of took that from this bit of lore in this book and put it as a mechanic in the game. That's kind of fun.
Everyone should know that Durger's army, Imperial army, is a Talabheim army.
It is, yes, that too.
But is your Beastman army based on the Brass Bull?
No, actually, the Brass Bull is one of the few special characters I've not made a model for yet, but I need to do that.
Neither
You should do it.
Well, yeah, you just paint a Minotaur model brass.
Is it,
and blue.
Because you don't want you're not able to paint in blue, and so you don't want to do that?
I
The
wasn't going to
Discord
say anything,
taint.
but
I think we should all notice that at no point in this lore section did anybody mention anything about blue skin.
It would be
It's not in the lore. Not in the lore. No beastman with blue skin mentioned anywhere in here.
hey, it's
Illegal.
Chaos, man. You never know.
Though it's actually an interesting thing that we could have fitted in back in the changes from 6. In 6, Beastmen were sort of a dark flesh, brown color, reddish brown color, whereas
Yeah.
similar to Ogre Kingdoms, when they switched from 6th to 8th, suddenly we're on normal flesh tones for the most part. It did make armies look a bit more sameish, but it did make them more relatable. So
Yeah.
All the studio armies for 7th, if you look at like the front cover and the back cover and stuff, it's all basically, a little off hue human flesh.
The only
Go ahead. Sorry, Brad.
I was going to say the only Zangors I've seen are from Age of Sigmar, and they have blue skin. Were they a thing in previous editions?
Just the name, that was what Zeech marked Bestigors were called, and then the name gets reused in AOS. Similar to Slangors. Slangors were the Slanesh marked Bestigors, and now they're these sort of huge crab claw AOS models.
Did Zangors get models, Kerry? Do you remember?
Not in 6, no. It was just Pestigors and Corngors.
And regular and generic.
Yeah, but they didn't get models in 6. They still had models from 5th that you were expected to pay for.
The thing actually, I think Beastmen look really cool with the way they are painted in 7th. Actually, the 6th ed paint jobs turned me off of them because to me they looked devilish because they were like they had a brown, but they were pretty reddish, and that red, I don't know, just made me associate it like. I just didn't like that coloration, but that was just
Ryan has a strong aversion to the satanic.
Well, sure. At least the traditional version. We'll just go with yes. I do.
Yeah. There was some with the 6th edition paint job. There were some issues with lack of contrast because you've got this sort of reddish brown skin, but then they were using an awful lot of dark red cloth and accents, and so it just looked. And if you went then on sort of a brown forest, brown terrain, they just merged with the background. They didn't pop.
Yeah, brown weapons. Yeah. So, in any case, is there any other lore bits? Actually, we should add this. Any Black Library books that a person interested in Beastmen lore might want to read?
I feel like they're the bad guy in like lots of things that just get killed. The nameless bad guy.
Yeah, they're definitely in the first book of the Orion trilogy. They are the bad guys, so they show up. There's not a war gore. There's a Bray shaman who's leading some beastmen towards the wood elves. They're the main bad guys.
Yeah, in the Conrad trilogy, they're the bad guys throughout a lot of it, but they're nameless, faceless types. They're nothing from a beastman perspective that I'm aware of, but I'm sure Kerry probably knows some.
They show up in Gotrek and Felix, not in Beast Slayer, which has no beastmen in. They show up in Shaman Slayer much, much later in the series. But the only books I'm aware of where you actually get inside their heads outside that are End Times. And in The Return of Nagash, we get inside Malagor's head as he's trying to troubleshoot and prevent the return of Nagash for the Chaos Gods. And his big problem is he's only got beastmen to work with. And he's just face palming all the time, like, no, this was a simple plan. Charge when I said no, stop it. Oh, here we go again. And when we have Nagash is about to rise and we have armies converging from all directions, the biggest army is the Beastman army, and they could be relevant, and they get the equivalent of frenzy baited by the Count off Sesame Street, really, into the Slayer army from Kazakh Kadrin, who then fight a 3-day battle called the Battle of the Cairns, where both armies are completely destroyed. Malagor's army is wiped out. He just face palms his way off the battlefield. Turns up a couple of books later. But 9 out of 10 of the dwarves are dead, and so 2 of the biggest pieces are taken off the board to stop Nagash from coming back. But getting inside Malagor's head, and yes, I'm going to say it again, he was defeated by the Count of Sesame Street, who is in that book.
I like to think there were really only 10 Slayers, and they were only able to kill 9 of them.
And then the next one is the novella by Graham McNeil, again end times, of Ice and Snow. It's a sort of coda to the two Ambassador Chronicles books set in end times, and we get some bits from the perspective of a relatively new Beastman recruit. So one of these human mutants who's been picked up by the herd and is still offering an outside perspective on what's going on. And he's acting his boss is Ungrel Forehorn, the special character. So you get him reporting back as a scout. This is what I've seen. This is where the Kislevites are going. And Ungrel Forehorn just defecates in the middle of receiving this report like it's nothing. And this is what it's like, be it working for the Beastmen. This is your life now. Enjoy it.
Yeah. Incompetence is written into them.
It's like that scene in Spaceballs where he's like, I knew what I'm surrounded by.
I've got another swear word to kill.
Oh, Evan.
Sorry.
I blame the Beastmen. They're a bad influence.
All right, before we move to the Armybook section talking about the army itself, based on the lore and based on the models, give us your favorite unit. So this section had the images, and it also talked about some of the units, and then of course the Armybook section talks about the units too. But based on those things, what's your favorite unit for lore, and what's your favorite unit for the way the models look?
I'll go first. I love the Centaurs for their lore. I just think they're so funny. They're like the black sheep of the pardon the pun. They're like the black sheep of the Beastmen, though. And if I remember correctly, I think like all the other Beastmen just like kind of don't. Like they're always like braggadocious and like saying all these things they've done, and all the other Beastmen are just like, yeah, okay, whatever. Like just totally ignore them. And they're just drunk all the time. And I love that part of their rules is like, how drunk are they?
Yeah.
Which is just fun.
They have some theoretically fun rules.
Yeah. Yeah. Theoretically fun is a good way to put it.
It's like Beastmen being an army that theoretically works.
Yeah.
Lore-wise, I think my favourite's the Jabba Slice. I mean, the idea of, yep, we're going to set up for a battle, and I've brought a Jabberwock with me that's going to turn your models insane. Yes, I think that's a great idea. The execution isn't, but the lore idea is great.
Yeah. Okay. Who else has one that they like?
Well, in terms of lore, I'm not sure. None of them have a ton of personality, but I do like the Bestigors from the model standpoint. I like the 6th edition Bestigors. I like the Pestigor models that are the Nurgle themed Bestigors. And from a gameplay standpoint, I use a lot of Bestigors. So I stand the Bestigors.
Surely you don't use a lot. Like you wouldn't use 80 ever, would you?
I think unfortunately I could ever get up to like 74 or 75.
Well, that's not a lot then.
From a model standpoint, it's on page 74 if anybody wants to go take a look. But I think the idea of a big Minotaur beating a little tiny drum as the Minotaur musician is just really funny to me. It just looks, I don't know, everything has these big axes, big weapons and all this stuff, and there's just a Minotaur in there just banging a little tiny drum.
Well, I will tell you from modeling, that little tiny drum gets in the way of being able to rank up Minotaurs, which are miserable to rank.
Yeah, we can talk about that.
Yeah. Well, I would say lore-wise, Minotaurs are my favorite. I think just big hulking Minotaurs that wake up with the moon, because that's kind of a thing. They get riled up with the moon. They get riled up and drink, and they get drunk and kind of rush forward. They're a little bit more like orcs, I think, in that momentum kind of thing going, except for theirs is related to, I guess, seasonal or to the moon, to Morslide, and I don't know, just big angry bulls is really cool to me.
They're also related to orcs in that they are the same toughness.
All right, that's on the tabletop. That hurts a little bit, Kerry.
Model-wise, the Thygor Gorgon kit, it's not obviously in this book because they didn't produce it until later, but it's one of the better dual kits, certainly for monsters, because there's quite a lot of customizability. You're stuck with the shape of the body and the legs, unfortunately, but you get 6 full arms in there to play around with different poses and things. So there's 2 complete Thygor builds in terms of what you can have them holding, and you can get quite a lot of different shapes and poses if you play around with the arms you get. And again, the horns, like the head crest, you get about 4 or 5 options of those as well. So it's not like, say, the Charybdis and Hydra kit where you can build this or you can build this and they're going to look identical to everyone else's Hydra. Right. You can play around a bit and have this. No, this is my Thygor or this is my Gorgon. It looks different enough that I'm not feeling like it's a couple of clones.
Yeah. Model-wise, I enjoyed the Bestigor and the Gores. I think both those are just cool looking. I tend to like, I think I've said this before, I tend to like units that have ranks and they're, just big, massive infantry. And I think those both look good. And the Gore are a really old kit, but they look good.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think when I started collecting them, I think the thing that really drew me to it originally was just like the basic Gore models. They've held up really well over the years.
Yeah. All right. Anyone else have thoughts on models or lore of a particular unit?
I don't know if we want to talk much about Age of Sigmar models, but it seems like the Beastmen related Age of Sigmar releases are really cool looking to me, really solid. It seems like they really captured the at least the last edition of Warhammer Fantasy, that aesthetic really well.
So what have they released for them? I know they've got an Underworlds kit that has some Ungores, a Gore and like a Beastlord. They've recently done a Gore kit that looks, what is it the same as? It's like the same stance as a pretty famous model. I can't remember what it is though. Is there anything else?
They've done a new Beastlord. That was the only new model they got on their last AOS release.
Okay. Yeah, but they do look very similar to the 8th stuff. Like they fit perfectly. And their stuff, for those who might want to buy in, I think most of their stuff is still available except for chariots. So
I think they've cut Razor Gores as well, because I was looking to do a price comparison a few weeks ago, and I think they got quietly dropped on the last release.
Well, I don't think a lot of people bought their Razor Gores. I think people made their own or bought elsewhere because Pumbaa Gores.
You say Razor Gores like it's plural. They had one sculpt to do your unit with.
I know. I made 5 chariots out of just the normal like Chaos Warrior chariot, and you can pretty easily convert that. You just like throw a Bestigor on the back, do a head swap on the guy, with the whip, and then swap out the horses for. I actually just bought the Savage Orc Boar Boys kit.
Yep.
You just use all those to make up all the chariots you need. And you can even make Razor Gore ones. You just add a bunch of spikes on to them and just have a single guy pulling the chariot, and it works pretty well. So,
yep. There's lots of tutorials for how to make Razor Gores or those chariots. So, all right. Well, then in that case, let's talk about the gameplay. What defines this army on the tabletop? All right. Well, let's wrap it up then.
So that one of the
looks like all the Gores have left the table.
So, is this a one sentence answer?
No. It doesn't matter. Any number of sentences. How do we define them on the table, or what are they defined by on the tabletop?
So the big thing is,
I would say
you go. I've talked a lot.
No, it's okay. I would say the Beastmen are defined in 8th edition gameplay by a lack of armor, a lack of saves, being mediocre in close combat, and mediocre at magic, and relying on both of those things to try to win games.
And hardly any shooting.
Their big thing is that what they are good at, both in terms of profile and their main special rule, is trying to get more hits. And so anything that you can do to make those hits better is generally where you want to be, the direction you want to be going in. So you can equally look for buffs or debuffs to just capitalize on the same thing. You are not going to be able to win a battle of attrition. You're not going to be able to win any kind of protracted shootout. Anything that relies on leadership is out the window. You need to cross that field as fast as possible and hope for the best.
You need to play Dark Elf, or you need to play Beastmen like I play Dark Elves, which is I have a level 4 of Shadow, and I have 40 Dread Spears, and this works for Beastmen the same way. You have 40 Gore and a level 4 of Shadow, and you really hope that you pop off a Mind Razor or a Withering or an Enfeebling Foe at the exact right moment to win the game. And if you don't, you're probably not going to win the game.
Well, the alternative is actually, because I've read a lot of Beastman battle reports over the years, you can do quite a lot with just Melkoths. So with Miasma, if you're on weapon skill 4 base with your Gores, you drop their weapon skill further, so they're struggling to hit you. Put your BSB with Beast Banner in your massive Gore Horde, and then get your level 2 to cast Whitens on them. Suddenly, if you pass your leadership test, you're hitting on 3s with Hatred, with Strength 5 base with your additional hand weapons, 40 odd attacks. You don't need Mind Razor. You will bled.
Sure, it's the same concept.
You stuck a lot of buffs on the big load of Gores.
Yeah, and
Right.
I think also what we're hearing a lot is if you can, then you've got a shot, right? And I think that does speak to one aspect of the Beastmen, which is like a lot of times you don't point to like, this is a really bad aspect of the Beastmen. Like you don't go, okay, Gore are horrible. Bestigore are horrible. There are some things that are, but in general, you've got some choices that are okay. You've got some, Shadow's good magic. You can do stuff with the Heardstone, but ultimately you just get Beastmen and you go, they're mediocre in a bunch of stuff, and they have to have everything work right to compete.
Yeah, and I think we could talk a little bit right now about the thought of this book being designed with 8th edition in mind. One thing I would say about that is most of the things in this book are overcosted by probably, I don't know, 10 to 20 or 25%. And with 8th edition books, everything generally got cheaper per model points wise, because the game was designed for larger armies and larger and deeper combats and that sort of stuff. So it's unfortunate that it was the last book released for 7th, because I think it was priced for that for the models. It would have been interesting to see what they would have done with an 8th edition book on this.
Yeah.
It seems like the faction fantasy or the faction theme is at least solid in terms of the special rules that Beastmen get. Primal Fury totally makes sense for a Beastman mechanic. Well, it's they roll a leadership test, and if they pass the leadership test, they get hatred against all units that they're fighting against. And I believe they roll that at the beginning of every combat. It really stuck in my mind because I played at the South Texas Invitational Hot Tub Mike's tournament. I played against a player named Shane, and every time he would roll, he'd say, "Let's see if I hate you," and then we would keep doing that. And but I mean that totally fits with the Beastmen theme, so that's good. But then they also have the special rule Beastmen Ambush, and it doesn't seem like it rewards the player for trying to ambush with Beastmen, even though that seems to be the prevailing theme of what this army should be good at.
It's actively worse than regular ambush.
Right.
It does have one good aspect, which you can roll it on turn 1.
Yes.
Which is actually pretty decent.
But you have low leadership stuff that can't come in with the character.
Correct.
So that's not what you want to be doing.
And obviously the chart is terrible.
Yeah, the chart.
So,
just anecdotally, I one time had a 2 units of gore that showed up turn 1 behind. I was playing against Skaven. They showed up on my turn 1. He turned around. I charged him with 40 gore. He beat both of them in combat. They both broke and ran off the table. So this is kind of what we're working with here.
Right.
It's not, you can get a perfect ambush roll and it can still go, horribly.
You still need that miasma, Dirger.
Well, right, but it's like it's all the way across the table. I can't support
miasma's 48 inches.
Oh, I don't know. I can't remember the context of that game, but you're right.
And compared to, say, Wood Elves, who can just take their entire core as Glade Guard if they were so inclined, who can all just ambush. Beastmen are not the premier ambushers compared to other army books.
They stink too much.
And also, because of the way the ambush rules were written, and we just touched on this, that they're actively worse than normal ambush rules, which they kind of changed, did like a semi-errata with the end times rules, which removed some of the restrictions for list building that you had to have in this book.
Yeah. So those are their 2 special rules. Some other units will get their own special rules, but those are generally the special rules. One really good, one not good.
Then they have their own.
Sorry, go ahead.
Then they have their own law of magic. They're not allowed to use the general chaos god laws of magic anymore, so they get their own, which, it's replacing 3 chaos specific laws. You hope it's good. It isn't.
It's not.
So that
yeah, I recently actually got in a lot that I bought the cards for the Beastmen Lore, the Lore of the Wild, and those will never see the tabletop. They're just not it's a horrible lore. Let's go through it.
So we don't have a lore attribute because we're in 7th. We don't have a signature, but you can swap for the number 1. And so the number 1 is...
So right off the bat, that's rough.
But Skaven cope with that. Skaven have got that too.
Well, Skaven though they do swap.
Their lore's good though.
That's the difference.
Number 1, their lore's good, but also they can swap for the 13th
or for Warp Lightning.
Most of their stuff can.
The Lore of the Wild has a default. It's Bestial Surge.
Yeah, so
is it? Oh, it's just bad. That's right.
It's just bad. It exists, but it's bad. So you get a bubble cast of 6, and all your units within 6 inches move D6 +1 towards the nearest visible enemy unit by the shortest route. So straight away we're into, okay, if the enemies put any kind of redirectors behind or scouts behind you that you can just see in your 45-degree arc, you're herring off in the wrong direction. So that ain't going to work. And you can't, even in 7th, where magical charges were a possibility, this specifically didn't let you charge. So even in this window before 8th edition hit, this wasn't Van Hels. This wasn't the Wolf Hunts. This was you can move up a bit. You can move your guys up a bit.
Right.
It's not terrible as we've said. You want to be, this is an unarmored army, you want to get it across the field, but this isn't game winning unless you unless you take it on multiple casters, and suddenly your entire army or center of your army is skipping across the field so that it's in their face by the end of turn 1.
But in 8th, you're only getting 1, maybe 2, spells off a turn.
Yeah.
So if this is a spell, if you're playing me, I'm letting this spell go. It's not that important. Well, except for the others might be worse. But in a normal lore, someone's letting this go to avoid something else.
Yeah. And because it is towards the nearest visible enemy, there's no flexibility in here. You, as the opponent, can move, a single saber tusk up off at an angle, so that if I dare cast this and waste my 1 spell, my entire army is going to skew sideways and present its flank.
Right.
And then we have for the next spell, we have Vile Tide, which is, if anyone's ever cast Flock of Doom out of Lore of Beasts, it's doubling down on those attributes. So instead of 2d6 strength 2, we're now on 5d6 strength 1. This is something that really is just designed for killing war machines.
Except, what's its range?
24. And most war machines will be more than 24 away, which means you could fire it at a giant, or something else that's sort of big and unarmored. Now, where are the big, high toughness but unarmored monsters? Oh, they're in the Beastman list. So this is a spell. It's perfect for fighting Beastmen.
Yeah. So the next one is Devolve. Devolve requires enemy units to take within 12 to take a leadership test, and then they suffer wounds equal to the amount that the test was failed by with no armor saves. Even in 7th, when you wouldn't have been able to use your BSB for this, it wasn't great, but like all those units getting a reroll, it's not good.
Generally spells that are within 12 only have a 12-inch range. It's just so limited. I mean, a 12-inch range is small. I mean, there's maybe 1 turn, maybe 2 turns you're ever going to be in a situation where it makes sense.
And so if they're going to be good, they need to actually do something. You like to be guaranteed. And this is, you might cause a couple wounds to a single unit. Might. And you're casting it on a 9.
Yeah, and especially in 8th edition, where you can use the BSB in general, and most people are rolling around with a 9 rerollable or a 10 rerollable.
Yeah, it's a horrible spell.
I disagree on this one, actually. A 12-inch bubble hitting all enemy units, it's not on average going to be effective, but what you've got here is a very effective psychological weapon, whereby if the enemy is playing MSU, you can get your BSB into the middle of a number of these units and telegraph that you have this spell at the beginning of the game when you roll it, then the psychological impact of the enemy second guessing themselves of what if I roll badly, I might be losing several of these pieces, might have a benefit. It's still not worth it. But
I'm hearing a lot of mites.
Yeah, I'm not buying any of that.
When I look at spells, I really look at how is the enemy going to respond to the possibility of this. And this is one of those spells that...
Right, but it casts on a 9, so it's like you have to throw at least 2 dice at it.
It wouldn't stop me from doing anything.
But you never actually have to cast it to have a psychological impact.
So you're saying you leave it in your list, but you probably don't use it.
You roll it up at the beginning. You explain in great detail to your opponent what it does, just in case they didn't know, and then you occasionally move aggressively as if you're going to cast it, remind them that you have it, and see what happens.
It also requires putting your wizards in harm's way.
Which brings us to the 3rd spell.
Yes.
Trying to move us along here.
Yeah, go for it.
Which is Bray Scream, which is choose a friendly character within 12 inches, which can be the shaman himself. The model immediately makes a breath weapon attack, resolved at strength 3, with no armor saves allowed.
Does he? So do all breath weapons use the teardrop template?
Yes, unless it's in close combat, then it's 2d6.
And can this be casted on characters that are in combat?
Yes.
Interesting. This may be my favorite spell of the list, and I've never seen it used, and I don't know. Well, because nobody I play with picks Lore of the Wild, probably for the best. But I wouldn't. I think this may be one of the more redeeming ones.
Wow, Brian, we're only halfway through. There might be way better ones here at the end.
I like number 6. I will say I like number 6, but it needs to be tweaked.
You're not allowed to tweak them to like them.
That's true.
If it needs tweaking, the blind date's failed.
Yeah, the Brace Scream's not terrible. I mean, it's short range again. You have to use it in the 3rd, 4th, or 5th turn, probably. The problem is none of these spells are really usable in the first 2 turns of the game. So, I mean, you can't just throw away magic phases, like that. So, it's tough.
It has at least an obvious use, whereas Kerry was trying to design some psyops special forces operation with Devolve. This one's a little more straightforward to use.
Kerry, what about Traitorkin?
See, Traitorkin.
Or, I'm sorry.
Number 4 is solid. All enemy models within 12 riding a mount of any kind will suffer a number of hits equal to the attack's characteristic of the mount and at the same strength. Suddenly, your Star Dragon just eats your prince. Suddenly, your Skull Crushers are getting gored from below by the Juggernauts. This is a solid spell. It's just we're again on this 12-inch bubble range, as opposed to you being able to focus it 24 inches across the field.
Yeah, 12 inches is terrible.
Yeah,
so limiting.
You have to get your shaman there and to the right unit, and then get it cast on the turn that you need to get it cast. You're right. It's that 12 inches. Everything has to be just right, and it's not going to go that way, right? You're going to get your shaman there to do the 12 inches, and they're going to dispel it that turn.
Yeah, a lot of these.
And it's not.
Then they're going to eat your shaman.
A lot of these spells feel like they were balanced with Malagor, the special character, in mind. So your great shaman special character who can fly.
Right. Well, and there's an item, the Heardstone, also that this de-synergizes with, because you want your models near the Heardstone, and now with this lore you're pulling them away.
Then we're on to Mantle of Gorok, which is a pretty potent buff spell. Character within 6 that can be the shaman themselves, plus d6 strength, plus d6 attacks. But then if you roll 1 or more 6s, you're going to take a wound with no saves, and that's the rub for this one. Casting on a 13.
Yeah, it's kind of a Hail Mary spell, really.
Yeah, it just pales in comparison to any other buffs or debuffs you're going to find in like the Lore of Shadow or anything. I mean, it's just not justifiable to try to get this spell when there's just so many better debuffs in the Lore of Shadow that are cast at a similar value and are going to do so much more for you.
I mean, just look at Savage Beasts of Horos on Beast. Like, I'd much rather have that.
Which you can also bubble cast, I believe.
Right.
And we haven't mentioned, we've got no lore attribute here. The lore attribute of the Lore of Beasts is that all of their buff spells will be easier to cast on your units by 1 point, which synergizes better than this does.
Yeah. All right, so what about Savage Dominion? Oh, that's me. No, that's not me. Who is it?
That'd be me again. Go for it.
Oh, okay, go for it. No, you got it.
So Savage Dominion, cast on 16 plus, your shaman can summon a Jabberslith, a giant, or a Gorgon, and so free monster, it's going to wander onto the field and fight for you, but your shaman can't cast anything else now, so
it's not like there's anything else to cast.
Either you cast it on your level 4 and you've just taken most of your magic out of the game, or you try and cast it with a level 2, but trying to get a level 2 to cast on a 16 plus without miscasting, it's tough. And as we'll discuss later, these monsters aren't necessarily game winning. Not coming off the you're not. This isn't transformation of Kadon, you're not summoning this to the middle of the field where it's going to be useful. It's coming on from a table edge.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest weakness of one person of this spell personally, that it comes on the base edge. If this was summoned within 8 inches of any enemy unit by choice, I think this would be far more playable.
I mean, they're again, we're into the ifs. There could be some
Sure.
horrifically powerful play whereby you summon it to the base edge, and then the level 2 or level 1 with beasts bestial surges it up the field for you. But at best, it's a Gorgon. That ain't going to win you a game,
Right.
and you've doubled down on wasting your points here.
Yeah.
So you take a level 4 to cast Savage Dominion, and then you take 2 level 1s to chain Bestial Surge it.
Yeah.
And you've wasted your magic phase.
You've wasted your magic phase for 2 phases minimum to get a Gorgon closer. Can't magically charge and can just get shot to pieces anyway.
Yeah.
And you've brought 3 wizards with the wild.
So we've talked about the magic. This is one reason why Beastmen struggle, and I think it's common to a lot of army books, is when they don't have access to a lot of lores. A lot of times they'll have lores that would synergize better with them that they just don't have access to. Now, Beastmen do have access to Shadow and Beast. Do they have
Death,
access
I
to
think,
Death
right?
as well
Death,
sometimes?
Yeah.
Yeah. So they've got some good lores that they do have access to, but their mages aren't great, right? Does anyone want to talk about the Heardstone? Which actually, I'm sorry, we'll do combat characters first, then we'll do magic users. Well, we're here. Let's do magic users.
So the big thing.
All right, that's a magic item. Are we going to be talking about magic items?
Not yet.
But let's like what can our magic users do? We've kind of talked about what Lore of the Wild can't do, but what can the magic users do?
Your lord level shamans, your great Bray shamans, can fight in combat. They have 2 attack. They have got 2 attacks, initiative 4, strength 4, toughness 5, weapon skill 5. That they can punch.
They're better.
You can give them an extra hand. You can give them an extra hand weapon, so they have 3 attacks. They're not terrible, especially as far as wizards go. They can. They can do something.
And it's actually viable to give them magic weapons as well. One of the builds I've seen used is you give them the brass cleaver, which is, if they're in combat, it's a minimum +1 attack, but it's as many attacks as there are models in contact, so it could be up to +3 reasonably if it's unit to unit. And then you give them the jagged dagger as well, so wounds they're causing generate more magic dice. So there are viable builds around the idea that your Lord level shaman is going to get in there and start killing people hand to hand. If you then stacked Mantle of Gorok on top of them, they could potentially blend a rank of the enemy. I know this is ifs again. Turn that into more magic dice, and then you could actually have a good magic phase.
Is there a reason they can usurp the rule whereby you can only use 1 magic weapon?
The jagged dagger.
No, the jagged dagger is an arcane item. Yeah.
Okay.
So, those of you who play Beastmen, like, what do you usually run for magic users? Evan, how do you run your magic?
I typically, sometimes I take Slug Tongue, who we'll talk about. And then I usually do a level 4. I usually do beasts. I just like beasts as a lore. So I'll usually take a level 4 of beasts.
Okay, try to get Wizzens off under Gores or under Best.
Yeah, Wizzens is great on them. And like Kerry mentioned, the lore attribute making it easier to cast on all Beastmen units is great too.
Okay, what about you, Mike? What do you?
Yeah, when I run Beastmen, I usually take 2 wizards. I'll take a level 1 with Beast to get Wizzens, and then I'll probably give them the Ruby Ring just to give myself a little magic missile in case I need it, for ethereal units or fast cav. And then I'll usually take a level 4, and I'll usually take Shadow because I think Shadow is probably the best lore in Warhammer, and is very strong and is helpful to the Beastmen in a lot of ways. And the Beastmen are probably one of the weakest army books, so they can use all the help they can get, and they can use the most powerful lore.
All right. So, what about combat characters?
I also use one of those.
Yes, thank you. There's the Beast Lord is the Lord level, and the War Gore is the hero level of the Gore type. What do you like?
Yeah, so the Beast Lord is the Lord level character, and like we talked about in the Bretonian book, there's a few combat level characters who are really good value, and the Beast Lord falls into the category with the Bretonian Lord, where they're older army books. The points cost for the fighting Lord is well balanced, and you get a lot of value out of the attributes that they bring to your army. So the Beast Lord you're going to really want because your army is going to be dependent on good leadership for all those Primal Fury rolls. The Beast Lord is going to give you access to leadership 9. So you're going to want that. Some people will, put a standard of discipline in their army so you can get up to 10. He's only 145 points. He's actually pretty good in close combat. Weapon skill 6, strength 5 base, T5, initiative 5, 4 attacks. There's a few different builds you can give him to make him a chompier with magic items, but he's pretty cheap. He's going to be less than 200 points, probably, maybe up to 240 or so. And he's going to give you that all important leadership and some extra punch in combat.
So do you think the Fighting Lord is worth taking without any Gifts of Chaos, or would you always run it with Gifts of Chaos?
The only Gifts of Chaos I think magic items and Gifts of Chaos are two different categories, and the only Gift of Chaos I think I use is the Gnarled Hide, because Beastmen have a real lack of access to armor and saves, and the Gnarled Hide is just a must-use option because it gives you 5+ Scaly Skin. And I think I usually put that on the 206 BSB.
I was about to say, a lot of people put that on the BSB to keep them alive. So, yeah.
Yeah, so you can take the Armor of Destiny, which will give you the 4 board save, and you can get him down to a 3-up. But I think I usually run him with a Grey Weapon, so he's strength 7, and he's got the 4 board he mostly relies on to stay alive. But then you have the War Gore, which is the BSB or the hero level fighter who can be purchased the 25 points upgrade to the BSB. And there's a couple of different ways people look at it. There's the 206 BSB, which is the War Gore plus the 75 point Beast Banner. And that comes out to 206 points. And you can give him a Gift of Chaos. And so you give him the Gnarled Hide. He gets down to a 2+ armor save, I think. And you hope that's enough to keep him alive. That combined with his relatively high toughness of 5 and his decent weapon skill of 5, I believe, you're going to rely on that good weapon skill and that good toughness and that save that's solid, but not nothing tremendous, because you're not going to have access to the Dawnstone or a reroll or a ward save. So you're really hoping that BSB is going to stay alive and give you the +1 strength to your Gore unit.
Yeah.
And hopefully your opponent either can't kill him or isn't clever enough to think, I should kill this guy immediately and divert all my attacks into him as best I can.
The special rule Manbane doesn't come up very often, because very rare is it that you'll have a Beast Lord or a War Gore who aren't in BSB range, simply because of how centralized this army needs to be in terms of stacking its buffs.
Oh, yeah. All right, well, what about the Doom Bull and the Gore Bull?
So these are your Minotaur characters. Doom Bull is your Lord, Gore Bull is your hero. Doom Bull, one of the few generic characters with base strength 6. So you're already at the same sort of punching power as a human with a great weapon before you add anything else in there. And this is sort of your unique flavor that you need to be playing off when you're then picking your upgrades. They've got impact. They've got D3 impact hits each, and they've got frenzy. Now, we'll talk about this more when we get to Minotaurs, but Minotaurs don't start with frenzy. They accumulate frenzy later on. whereas the characters start with it. And they have the special rule Slaughterer's Call, whereby they give it to they give frenzy to the unit they're with. And this can lead to some very interesting builds where you can put a Doom Bull in your Ungors and give more frenzy, if you're so inclined. You could equally tack them onto the side of your big Death Star of Gors and give more frenzy, so they're not having to try and roll for it with their Primal Fury. But the big thing is, if they've already got frenzy, you can then give them like the Berserker Sword out of common magic items, so they can't then lose that frenzy, which then means that their unit can't then lose that frenzy, which is a really broken combination, but it works. And the two big tactical things I want to mention, one is called the Mino Bus. Now, Bus within 8th edition is essentially fighting as a column. And a Mino Bus is a bus made of Minotaurs, so a column of Minotaurs usually with a Doom Bull at the front leading it, and possibly with a Gore Bull acting as the BSB. And the idea is you just aim this at the enemy, plow through as many units as possible on the way to charge this Blood Greed rule, so you're getting more and more free attacks, and it is a Death Star that will be unstoppable unless you dedicate a lot of effort to destroying it. The other one I want to mention is I'm stealing the name actually from a blog called Back to the Hammer by a fellow who's on the 8th Edition for Life forums under Noffles, and it's called the Cataclysm build, and it is where you put your Doom Bull with the Arabian carpet, so they're flying, and you tool them up so that they are going to act as a flying battering ram that can take on almost anything in the game, barring very high ranked up units with a lot of static combat res. Also, there's a pun, and therefore I had to use the pun rather than just say you can do this, because that's
Absolutely.
That's one of the core values of the Heardstone, bad puns. But I would recommend...
Yeah, the problem with the Doom Bull is...
Go ahead.
I was going to say, the problem with the Doom Bull is he doesn't really have a save. And if you're going to put a lot of points into acquiring a save for him, you're going to take away points from making him killy. So he's vulnerable.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead, Tom.
I was going to say the problem with the Mino Bus is that it will destroy whatever it touches, but it might only get one combat if your opponent is savvy, because it's going to overrun. It's going to also have Blood Greed. I mean, there's limits to it, even though it's so killy. It's very limited.
Yeah, in 8th edition, the game's very killy, and there's lots of attacks, there's lots of rerolls, and so your Doom Bull has 5 wounds to start out, and very quickly, if he loses 2 or 3 wounds, you shift from pushing forward to kill stuff to preserving your points. And so that's a problem with a lot of things in 8th, is once they take a couple 3 wounds, then it's like, well, I don't want this to die and to lose all the points. So it really loses its effectiveness pretty quickly.
And this is the problem with the way the gifts work and so on, because you can only put Gnarled Hide on one thing. You can only put that boost on one thing. And if you do the Cataclysm build, you put the heavy armor on, you put the Gnarled Hide on, and you put the Ramhorn helm on, so that any of these saves that you make, you're getting free Strength 6 attacks back, because you're building this around the idea that Strength 6 is killy enough. What I'm trying to do now is just get more of these.
Yeah, so it is fun to play with the Doom Bull, and less so with the Gore Bull. You see a lot more Doom Bulls, but it is fun to play with the Doom Bull. The idea of the Minibus is good or fun, but ultimately it has some restraints that really make it tough to utilize.
Yeah, them only pursuing 1d6 is one of them.
Yes. So tell us what that is about.
Yeah. So Doom Bulls and Minotaurs have the Blood Greed special rule, which is the idea that after they've defeated their enemies, they're more interested in, hanging out and eating them and wallowing in their blood. And that's represented in the rules of the game by them only pursuing enemies 1d6. I think it's overrunning as well, right?
But since they have Frenzy, what do they have to do?
They have to overrun. So
Right, so
they
you've
have to
got-
overrun 1d6.
So you've got a unit that has to overrun, but it's not going to overrun very far, and your opponent basically knows exactly where it's going to overrun to and can really utilize that.
This is just the problem with Frenzy in general. I don't believe in the rule Frenzy. I don't like the rule Frenzy because it allows your important units to be manipulated too easily and for opponents to line things up to get flank charges and advantageous combats. And so it's just not worth the extra attacks, in my opinion.
But the benefit of Blood Greed is they're not frenzied to start with, not until they win a round of combat. And then every time after that they win a round of combat, they're getting an extra attack bonus. And this doesn't have an upper limit. So if you got into the thick of it fighting scouts or vanguard stuff in turn 1, by turn 4 you could actually have quite a lot of bonus attacks, assuming that your opponent was not savvy and kept feeding you things.
Yeah. If they opted for feeding you chaff, you're going to build that pretty quick.
And we talk about you can outmaneuver these quite easily. When you get to very high points games, I do mean like exhibition battle level, where there simply isn't the space to outmaneuver a horde of 20 odd Minotaurs, and they get into an attritional battle, which with great weapons, they will win every round, unless they're against something, inordinately powerful. You can get these so they're on to, +4, +5 bonus attacks. Anyone interested in seeing this happen? There's the blog Hoodling's Hole running when they were running sort of like 30,000 point exhibition games in Australia. This happened. Huge attritional fight against Knights of the White Wolf, 50 knights versus 20 odd Minotaurs, and the remaining, the last Minotaur to go down had 10 attacks.
Yeah. So, I guess we may or may not talk more about Minotaurs because they are a special choice. But any other thoughts on the combat characters before we move on to our core choices?
I like how we pronounce it Minotaur and Kerry pronounce it Minotaur.
Good thought.
I just had a quick question about the frenzy and the overrun mechanic in larger games. Is there a danger of your opponent just having it overrun off the board if they have enough chaff or anything like that?
If you overrun off the board, then you come back on the next turn.
But it will limit what you're looking at, and
there's only 6 turns in a game.
Yeah, exactly.
True.
As a general rule, table size doesn't increase in line with size of game. Your tables will get bigger, but they won't get proportionally bigger. So as the game size increases, the board fills up, and so only overrunning D6, you're going to be overrunning towards something, and if the board's cluttered enough, you might or have hit it already.
Right, which is why you're saying larger scale games, they're a little better.
Well, that applies to everything that can be frenzy baited. Once you get to larger scale games, taking 15 skull crushers, they can't be frenzy baited anywhere near as easily because there's too much in the way.
Gotcha. Did that answer the question, Brian?
Yeah, I think it did.
Okay. All right, core. So who's got gore?
I think it was me.
I want gore, gore, gore.
So yeah, core are going to be the bread and butter of most Beastmen army builds. You're looking at a unit that is decent movement 5, so it's a little bit faster than humans at 4. It's in line with elves. You're going to want this movement because you're going to want to get across the table into combat as fast as you can. Beastmen kind of play like Warriors of Chaos, except Warriors of Chaos are good. They want to get into combat. They want to fight things. Gore also weapon skill 4, pretty decent. It means you're going to get hit less than humans or most things, which are weapon skill 3. And your strength 3, which is one of your biggest detriments, it just doesn't have any punch to it. Your T4, which is pretty decent. It'll help you stay alive. Initiative 3, pretty basic. Leadership 7. Leadership 7 isn't very good. It's generic kind of leadership stat that you'll find with basic humans. And you're going to want to stay in range of your general and your BSB to make sure you're able to get those Primal Fury rolls and to reroll to hit. You have the option of taking an additional hand weapon, which I recommend. So everybody in the front rank is going to have 2 attacks. You can ambush if you want. I wouldn't recommend it. It's not very reliable. And so this is going to be the staple of, like I said, of most Beastmen armies. I generally run a couple of units. One unit is probably going to be about 45 to 50 gore, just a big horde of gore. You want to get as many attacks as you can and hope that you are able to debuff your opponent or buff yourself in the magic phase to really swing important combat in the middle of the game and help you win the game. And so, yeah, this is the most common unit in your army, and it's kind of equivalent to staples like Warriors of Chaos warriors, or Biggins in a greenskin army, or things like that.
Yeah. Any other thoughts on gore? They're your basic guys. The Beast Banner helps them out. You can get that.
Yeah, if it can stay alive.
Yeah,
if it can stay alive, the Beast Banner helps you out. The problem with the Beast Banner is, like we said, it's 75 points, so you can't really put it on a unit. So you're stuck putting it on a BSB, who then is not going to be able to take other magic items, but it can take the Gnarled Hide, which is a gift of chaos. And so you're really hoping that BSB is not going to die. And because if you're stuck, and if you don't get any magic off and you're stuck hitting at strength 3, you're not going to win a lot of combats, no matter how many attacks you have, if you're fighting anything decent.
Right. Okay, so that's gore. Ungore are the little wimpy dudes, and an ungore herd is really basic: strength 3, toughness 3 guys. You can give them spears and shields, but they are low leadership. They are not their weapon skill is 3, so they're not great at fighting. Their leadership is 6, and so basically they are there if you wanted to make a bus of them to try to hold. You could do that, but you can probably buy enough gore to do that. I don't see a ton of ungore, or at least not when I've seen Beastmen. I don't see a lot of people making big ungore herds to be, a tar pit unit for an opponent. But they are there. They're basically like standard humans. But Kerry, you have something?
I've only seen them used with Doombull in the front rank to give them frenzy, and they're really just there to add static combat res to that Doombull.
Gotcha. Okay, so yeah, they're pretty basic, uncommon, cool looking models, I think. But yeah, what about Ungor Raiders?
So Ungor Raiders are one of your few ranged options. They have short bows, range 18. Yeah, they've got the shooting ability of goblins, really. But the big thing about them is that they're skirmishers, and their minimum unit size is 5. So you can get, for 30 points, a little unit of 5 Ungor Raiders. That's cheap chaff. The negative is their leadership 6, and therefore very easy to panic. So shoot 2 of those chaff, they're going to panic most likely and run.
Yeah, which is a theme with Beastmen. I had a friend that played Beastmen, and we called them the track stars because they ran so much. And it is something you absolutely have to manage, is that your units are going to run, and they're going to run through your other units, and you have a lot of low leadership units. So if your general's out of range, if you're not managing that well, you're going to have a lot of panic.
But this is the one unit that I would recommend you use the Beastman ambush rule with, because for 60 points you've got a unit of 5 chaff in your main army, and you've got 5 chaff that can come on using the ambush rule. If it gets bounced to a stupid table edge, it's 30 points, and they only need to get with 18 to be, useful to some extent again.
Right.
It's not like you've got 40 gores turn up on the wrong side of the field.
Okay. So that's Ungor Raider State. They can also they're good at redirecting, getting in the way, mucking stuff up is basically what they do. All right, what about some chariot love? Who loves those chariots?
Yeah, Tuskor chariots are great. They're only 80 points. They're in core, which is amazing. Trying to think of other. Is it Warriors of Chaos that also have core chariots and Tomb Kings? I think that's it. I think everything else is special for most other factions' chariots.
But Tuskor chariots are unique in that this is the only chariot in the entire game where GW was still differentiating between the rider and the warrior at the back.
Right.
So,
Yeah. So as a result, you have a Bestigor that is armed with a great weapon. So you have all these different attacks that you have to roll at different initiative values, different weapon skill values, different strength values. So they're kind of a little clunky when you actually get them in combat as far as the mechanics of the game. But for 80 points, they're solid. They're strength 5, which is nice. One downside, they don't have scythes. So like Chaos Chariots can get scythes to have +1 impact hit. They don't get that ability, unfortunately.
Which makes rolling a 1 inevitable.
Right, exactly. But otherwise, they're very, very solid. There's kind of a weird little rules interaction because it lists their under their thing, the special rules. It says Primal Fury, and some people argue that applies to everything on the chariot. I don't think it was ever FAQ'd, if I'm remembering correctly, but I believe the gentlemanly thing is to only roll the Primal Fury for the Gore and the Bestigor that are riding on the back, and not the Tuskors.
That's how I play it.
Well,
yeah.
Since this is a Beastmen army, should you do the gentlemanly thing?
Right.
I feel like you should just do whatever you want.
Right, that's true. It's very true.
And this is the first of the models that we're going to see where they took the existing 5th edition model, changed a few bits of it, and then that's what we got. So that's what was then it. So we didn't get a new model, we just got a new rider and Bestigor.
This chariot is old.
Yeah, I actually like to take the chariot and I'll swap it with the orc chariot. So like I'll make a couple of my Beastmen chariots off the frame of the orc chariot, but with Beastmen on it, and then a couple with the Beastmen chariot. And then for my orcs, they have the Beastmen chariot and the orc chariot with orcs on it because they're all kind of ramshackle wooden chariots. So
Ryan keeps talking like he plays Beastmen, but we've never seen him play Beastmen.
That's true. My Beastmen army was actually my army that I was building when they ended Warhammer. I had 30 Gores painted, a bunch of Minotaurs painted, my Razor Gores, and all my buddies stopped playing. So I put them in the attic for a good number of years. So they're a bit in disarray. But yeah, I was about halfway through them when I canceled, and I just haven't. I really don't want to go back and do all that hobbying of putting them back together and fixing stuff, and then going back to my old paint style.
He doesn't have the real passion for the Beastmen like me and Evan do, right, Evan?
That's right. Yep.
Real passion.
It's kind of surprising to hear how old the model actually is. It holds up really great. Just looking at it in the Armybook.
Yeah, the Tuskor chariot's got to be from the mid-90s. They changed the crew, like Kerry said, but the actual chariot itself and the Tuskors, they might have changed the heads on the Tuskors.
Nope, no change to the heads.
No? Yeah, so the interesting thing about the Tuskor chariots is so they're in the core, and so you theoretically, and some people put into practice, have an army that is basically entirely chariot-based.
Yep.
So that is something you will see. It's not particularly good. They have problems with regards to panic and BSB range and general range and stuff like that, because once you get into the 20 chariot range, you're just not able to keep them in anywhere close to the BSB or the general. So
although people do run it with the end times, right? So that they put Slanesh, so they're immune to psychology.
I don't use the end times.
Yeah,
we know you don't.
Yeah, if you can mark them with Slanesh so that they're immune to well, not immune to psychology, but immune to sort of panic, fear, terror. The other really fun trick with that actually is you put Mark of Slanesh on your Ungor Raiders so that they can snipe Doomfire Warlocks and ignore their ward save.
Yes. Yep, because Doomfires don't have ward save against Slanesh.
Correct.
All right, so Warhounds, Chaos Warhounds are 6 points. They get a 4 weapon skill, regular old Warhound. You can buy them poison attacks or scaly skin, and you go, okay, well, these things would be good for, for march blocking and for redirecting and everything. But they have one downside. And what is that downside?
They don't actually count towards your core points. So
that's right. You're just literally wasting points.
Empty calories.
They pay through the nose for poison attacks as well at 3 points a model. No one else pays that for a single rank and file. And again, you're adding chaff, but you're in an army that has quite brittle leadership and is prone to panic. So adding more destructible units can be a negative quite quickly.
Yeah.
You also don't have you also don't have any sort of vanguard ability. So turn 1, if you lose the roll off, opponent targets your warhounds, and they're if they've got anything behind them, a good chunk of your army might be running before your first turn.
Yeah. Again, its leadership is one of the big downfalls of this army, because it's a horde army, or it can get pretty big, but its leadership is so bad and it wants to stay within that 12-inch bubble. There's just some tough choices you have to make, and stuff ends up running in every game. All right. Well, that leads us to special. We've talked a lot about Minotaurs. I'm not going to say much about them. They're 55 points, strength 5. You can give them great weapons, or you can give them an additional hand weapon, or you can give them a shield, which don't give them the shield because as soon as they get frenzy, they're going to lose their parry save. It's like the one thing that could make them actually survive longer, but then it goes, basically doesn't work well with their special rules. So, you give them whatever weapon you want. They can take a magic banner, they can take a magic item on the champion, but that's not a great use of your time. They've got impact hits and the blood greed, and then they can get, which means they can get frenzy. They cause fear. But at 55 points, toughness 4, they only have light armor. So they've got a 6-up ward and their toughness 4, which means they die really fast. And that's their downside, right? So I think they're really cool models. I would love to run, an army with them as my special and just have a ton of them. But they're going to die really fast.
The models are actually an example where the sculpt shaped the rules rather than the rules define the sculpt. The designer's notes for this book were that they weren't intending to have them at strength 5, and then they saw these very muscle bound Minotaurs coming out as the first sculpt examples, and we're like, okay, yeah, they're strength 5. And again, we're into this sort of how much of an overall design philosophy was in this book from the beginning, and how much of it was sort of cobbled together ad hoc as they went.
Yeah. All right, so that's Minotaurs. What else? What do you have?
Next, we had Senegors. They're 25 points per model. They have spears, light armor, and shields. And then they also get the bonus for being cavalry, technically. Yeah.
For mounting themselves?
For mounting themselves, exactly. So they have a 4-up base save, which is okay.
Ish.
Okay-ish, yep. They can take throwing axes for 2 points a model, or they can take great weapons for 2 points a model. And then we'll probably talk about this, but they can, they have the normal champion, musician, standard upgrade, but then they can also instead of a champion, take a special character called Goros Warhoof that we will talk about in a little bit. But their main special rule they have is that they are drunken, which is just fun. So it says Senegors love to drink almost as much as they love to fight. You roll a d6 for each Senegor unit at the beginning of the game to see what effects, see the effects of their rampant alcoholism. So on a 1 to 2, they're sober for 1, so they gain +2 initiative, so they would be initiative 4. 3 to 4 is the hangover from hell. The unit may reroll failed primal fury tests, but suffers -1 movement, which is just funny. And then if you roll a 5 or 6, they actually become stubborn, which is pretty cool. The biggest problem I'd say with these guys is they're overcosted at 25 points a model. If you compare to like, say like an Empire Inner Circle Knight, that's what are they, 24 points a model with a 1-up armor save. Very similar stats otherwise. It's just not really a comparison. I mean, maybe at like 18 or 20 points a model, they'd be fairly costed, but I think they're just overpriced for what they do. Yeah. Another thing I think would be cool or would help them would be if they had gotten some sort of fast cavalry or skirmishing rules. Yeah. Because they're just very awkward to kind of move around the battlefield with the way that they are.
Yeah, they don't know what role they want to be.
Yeah. Because like you can give them the throwing axes, park them up on a flank, but you don't have the maneuverability to really like get around and be that sort of harassing unit, which would be great because then they'd be throwing strength 5 shooting attacks and could really annoy like a big unit of something,
And you can't go the other way and commit to the great weapons because what if you roll the initiative 4, then that's gone out the window. Yeah.
So they're in a weird place. I think they're a really cool concept, but they're just not executed very well, unfortunately.
And there's only
like Beastmen.
And the models only have 3 sculpts. They're still in fine cast, and they're really expensive.
Are you saying including like the command models?
Well, the command models are just the rank and file with a different arm.
Oh, right, yeah. I have like 8 or 10 of them of those, but I couldn't remember how they went together.
Mr. Richie Rich over here.
There is another sculpt. There's a Mordheim Beastmen Centigore model that I do have, which is pretty cool.
All right, what about Harpies?
I actually really like Harpies. I think they're really good war machine hunters. They're 11 points a model, so they're pretty pricey. But they have initiative 5 and they have 2 attacks, which is great for hunting like war machines. Because you take a unit of 5 of these guys, you got 10 attacks to go into a war machine crew. It's pretty easy to
take it out. Yeah.
Take it out very easily. And then otherwise you just use them as, chaff and harassing and getting up in the front of, your opponent's Death Star and redirecting them. Yeah. They can take scouts for 3 points a model, which I mean, they have a 20-inch fly. I don't really see it as being worth it, but that's something you could do if you needed. So yeah, I think they're a solid choice and special for sure.
I think they have the exact same stats in the Dark Elf book, but they're 15 points a model.
There you go.
But in the Dark Elf book, they don't cause panic in your troops.
That's nice, at least.
And these had a Chaos model back in like 5th edition, but you were going to be buying the Dark Elf ones if you wanted to use these.
Yeah, I ended up just using, I think it's Avatars of War actually had a plastic Harpy kit that looks pretty nice that I made 2 units of 5 out of.
I'm actually using the weird mutated birds out of the Warcry set.
Yeah, those work really well.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of different things you could do. They don't necessarily have to be. You could find lots of good proxy models for them.
Mike, what do you use?
I use the Dark Elf ones.
There we go.
The point is that Beastmen never had never had their own model for this. It was piggybacking off something else.
Yeah.
Right.
All right. Well, what about? I guess. Does anyone like this next unit entry? I don't know if anyone likes these.
The Beastlords herd.
Do you like?
I like the Beastlords herd. Yeah, I've got. Last year, I spent a lot of time painting up about 40 Pestigores, which are the 6th edition Nurgle themed Pestigore models. And I currently have on my shelf, kind of halfway, quarter way painted, another 40 Pestigore sculpts, the 6th edition Pestigore sculpts. So if you're looking around and you're trying to make a decent Beastman army, a lot of the time you're going to gravitate towards the Pestigore because they're actually one of the units, while not terribly great, they're one of the more viable units, and they're one of the better units. So 12 points a model. You got the movement 5, you got the weapon skill 4, strength 4, toughness 4, leadership 7, but you have great weapons. So you're really looking at weapon skill 4, strength 6, hopefully re-rolling to hit with your primal fury check that you'll pass if you have a general and VSB nearby. And you've got heavy armor, so you're a little more survivable. I don't generally put a magic standard on there, but if I did, it would probably be the +1 movement standard, or the +1 leadership standard.
Yeah, those would both be good options.
Yeah, so what you're really looking for here is to have a high number of very high strength attacks that are rerolling to hit. The problem is they're on 25mm bases, and they only have 1 attack apiece, so getting lots of attacks can be tricky because of your wide footprint and the fact that the models only have 1 attack apiece. But, I mean, those are minor downsides. It's not OP or anything, but it's halfway decent.
It's generally
strength 6 is powerful.
It's generally considered the better choice for your combat block. Like, this is better than Minotaurs. Most people would consider it better than Minotaurs and your best combat block. This is going to be what does your fighting.
It's not relying on the magic like the gore. Like, the gore can be amazing. Like, it doesn't matter if you pop a Mind Razor off on the Pestigore because you're going to go from strength 6 to strength 7, and at that point it's generally not that big a difference. When you're going from strength 3 to strength 7 or better on your gore, that's a huge difference. So it's one of the things that's a little bit more reliable. It's not totally relying on a good magic phase, which is not necessarily going to be the case. You could get into turn 3 or turn 4 when you really need a good magic phase, and you roll like a 3 on your Winds of Magic. You're just not going to get the spells you need. So your Pestigore.
Even you get a decent magic phase, but you don't have to split your magic between 2 combats that, both units need magic to survive. No, you can focus on your gores and leave these guys by themselves in the magic phase.
Yeah, but they're not going to survive. The problem is a lot of things in 8th edition just have a lot more attacks that are going to kill these guys. And their toughness 4, they have armor save is 5+, which, and for a lot of 8th edition, it just means no armor because strength 4, strength 5 is very common.
I mean, that's basically orcs with shields. I mean, it's not very good.
Yeah, they just die.
Orcs.
Yeah.
They die in droves, unfortunately, and it's just really a question of, since they only have the 1 attack, are they going to be able to win the combats with such few attacks? Whereas 2 attacks, 3 attacks, more are common. So yeah, they're decent, they're good, but they're not blowing anybody out of the water, really.
Yeah, they're not amazingly elite.
But I like them.
And their unique special rule to spoilers, they can, if they capture banners, they increase their own static combat res by 1. Combined with the Minotaur's Bloodgreed, you've got quite a lot of tokens you've got to keep track of for a Beastman army.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's one of those things that
you forget.
You kind of forget about, because if you're going to get your big horde of Beastmen or Pestigore into something and then you beat it, that's going to be decided. It's going to be a decisive thing in the game generally, and you're not really that worried about tokens and stuff.
Can we just say it's a huge missed opportunity for that special rule to not also allow them to incorporate whatever magical effects the banner that they took was?
Oh yeah, that'd be really cool. That's a great idea.
Yeah,
Right? Wouldn't that
I
be
like
cool?
that.
Why not?
I'm going to start telling people that's the rule.
How neat would that be?
Only when I'm playing Beastmen, though. So never. All right.
All right, then we move on to the Razor Gore Chariot. And that is back to, is that Evan?
Yeah.
Yeah, so the Razor Gore Chariot is similar to the aforementioned Tuskgore Chariot, but it's got one more toughness, it's got one more wound, and then it's pulled by a Razor Gore, which has basically twice as many attacks as the two Tuskgores do for the Tuskgore Chariot, and at higher strength. And then it they also get +1 strength on the charge, so your impact hits will all be strength 6, and the Razor Gore's 4 attacks are also at strength 6, so it can pack quite a punch. It is quite a bit more expensive than the Tuskgore Chariot at 145 points a model, but I think they're worth taking, usually at least one. I like them. I think they can do a lot of damage on a small footprint, which is sometimes not something you have a lot of access to in the Beastmen army. So
yeah, I like them a lot too. It's just the problem is when you're building a Beastmen list, your special is really a place where you're going to be focusing your points. And so, you're going to pay the minimum or close to the minimum in your core, which is 625 in a 2,500 point game. And then you're going to be spending the vast majority of your points. You're going to trying to be in your special, and you're going to be spending a lot of points in Bestigores. You're going to want to use Razor Gore herds, like we're about to talk about. I use 2 units of harpies, so you really start to run into a points crunch with regards to your special options. And I like Razor Gore Chariots. It's just, do I like them more than other special options? And how am I going to use those points?
For only 15 points more, you could have 2 Tuskgore Chariots in core.
Yeah.
Right.
And that's what they're competing with. They're competing with 2 lesser chariots. And yes, they've got more toughness. They haven't got twice as many wounds, though. They haven't got twice as many impact hits.
Right. Yeah, it's not the most competitive choice, but I just like them. I think, and I just like that it's a small footprint. It can pack a punch. It's just like a missile you throw at someone. So
yeah,
I like it too.
And if you're playing Beastmen, you're playing what you like. Like, just play the models you like.
And that analogy, that analogy segues really nicely into the next unit entry, whose nickname is the Pork Missile.
Yeah, the meat missile.
Yeah,
it's
the porcine projectile.
Yeah, there's a number of different little nicknames for the old Razor Gore herd.
Yeah,
which the title is Razor Gore herd, and its unit size is 1+. And on a rare occasion, you will see someone take multiple, as in like 3 or 6, which would be 2 ranks of 3. But generally, the way it's played, and I think the most competitive format, is to take 1. And so in 8th edition, special choices, you can take up to 3 of the same unit. So what I do in my list, at least, is I take 3 Razor Gore herds of 1 individual Razor Gore each. So it's not really much of a herd, but they're movement 7. They can march, so they have good flexibility with regards to their movement. Their weapon skill 3, which is nothing to write home about, but their strength 5, toughness 5, which is pretty good. 3 wounds, 4 attacks, and they have the thunderous charge rule, which makes them strength +1 on the charge, which is going to make them strength 6. They have no save of any kind. They're relying on their T5 to keep them alive, and these are great. These are pretty good. In the Beastmen book, you would consider these one of the better units, in my opinion, from the standpoint of they're good at redirecting. They are pretty good as a side kind of a sidekick combat unit. They can come into a flank, do some damage. They can go into the front of smaller units and do some damage. They have good stats. They're a unit that you can put on the flank and it can do some things. It has good flexibility in what it can do and what it can take on.
Yep.
And your opponent can't just ignore it. It also causes fear. So if you're fighting things on the sides, there's a decent chance they're going to fail the fear test because they're going to be far away from their general or their BSB. So they're not. So I think they're a great unit. I like to take 3 one-man units and use them as redirectors / things that can pack a little bit of a punch in certain situations.
Yep, totally agree. I think they're really, really useful.
Yeah.
One thing I'd say too, they're like a great counter chaff unit too, because they're so mobile and they can get like in all the little weird nooks and crannies that chaff like to operate in, and they will beat up on most any other chaff in the game.
Yes, I think that's probably their best use, is bullying chaff, and then they can still serve to hit a flank or charge in with something.
And the big thing to recall is because they're monstrous beasts, if they're sort of trying to take on fast cav have got more maneuverability, but they've got to go round these terrain features, whereas you can just plow straight through them.
Yeah, good point.
All right, so that leads us to Rare, which is Beastman's best section of the Armybook. Am I right in that? Rare is what it's all about. Lead us off with the Cygor.
So the Cygor is a huge mutated one-eyed Minotaur that chucks rocks at you, in the to put it the simplest way. And it's a great example of a really cool concept that has a lot going for it, ruined by one mistake, in my opinion anyway. So the Cygor, it has a sort of giant level profile. It can move and still shoot as if it were a stone thrower. Great. It has a 24-inch debuff on enemy wizards. They have to take a leadership test beginning of magic phase, and if they fail, they're more likely to miscast. Great. It's not something game-winning, but it's fun to have.
Yeah.
And anything that's got any sort of magic, so it's anything with wizard levels, a magic item, magic attacks, undead, or a ward save, this monster can reroll misses. Great. Magic resistance too. So we've got a 5-up ward against being magicked. It's stubborn. It's got immune to psychology. It's got terror. It's got weapon skill too. You're re-rolling misses in certain circumstances, but your weapon skill is so abysmal that you probably were needing 5s to hit in the first place. And all this really needed to be an infinitely more viable choice is weapon skill 3. And how often do you hear that? This would be good, if only if it was good as a free company militiaman at hitting things. Or a giant rat. But no. So immediately,
I really think that they thought that it wasn't going to ever be in combat, but you need that. You can't pay that much for a stone thrower.
And you wouldn't. And it's got strength 6, and it's got one of its 3 unique special rules is all about being in combat with rerolls. So it's trying to be a jack of all trades, but they have crippled the stat that would have allowed it to do that. You can still run in there with your 5 weapon skills to strength 6 attacks and potentially do some damage, and you can definitely strength 6 thunderstomp them. But bear in mind you've paid 275 points for this. It's not cost effective.
Yeah, and it's that 275 that really gets all of these rare, the special rare monsters that the Beastmen have. The Gorgon, which is my favorite. I love Minotaurs. I love Doom Bulls. I would do an all Doom Bull Minotaur Gorgon army if I could. They're not in core with the Doom Bull anymore like they were before, but the Gorgon is super cool, in my opinion. It has blood greed like the Minotaurs. It has frenzy. It's immune to psychology. It's a large target. It's stubborn, which is great because you can throw it into stuff, right? And it can tear it up, especially if you get in a flank. It has terror. Its weakness like a lot of Beastman stuff, is it just doesn't have any armor. So it's toughness 6, wound 6, and attack 6, but it's just going to die if they're rolling 6s to wound, right? So it doesn't have a lot of protection, or if they hit it with a cannon or whatever. It has a mechanism to get back wounds. It can eat stuff, but to eat stuff, so like I said, it has 6 attacks, but you can lose all 6 of those attacks to make a single attack at initiative 1 that has killing blow. Notice, not heroic killing blow, just killing blow. It killing blows on a 4, 5, or 6. So this can be good for killing like characters or something like that, but it's only 1 attack. Killing blow on a 4, 5, or 6. If you do that, then you regain D3 wounds. So, if you charge it into something and you're able to attack a character and maybe the character does some wounds to you, but then you killing blow it, you might get some of those wounds back. So it's a really cool design space, but it's meant to be super killy, but it costs 275 points. It has frenzy, so it can be led around. It doesn't have any armor, and it's going to die to stuff because of the armor. Any other thoughts on the Gorgon?
Yeah, the Gorgon and the Cygor both suffer from what most 8th edition monsters suffer from, in that they have decent toughness, but they have 5 or 6 wounds. And in an edition of the game where the amount of attacks and the lethality of the phases just is ramped up, you immediately go from, I'm going to charge this in and fight something when you have 5 or 6 wounds, to I take 2 or 3 wounds, and then it just turns into hiding this thing so it doesn't die and give up 275 free points, which can happen basically immediately in any game. So it's just not viable.
I can tell you this, it's never happened to me. I've never run away with a big monster like that. Just toss it on in, keep fighting. Actually, I probably have, but it's probably why I win games or lose games, is because I throw it in there.
I believe Mike is an advocate for the blanket 8th edition rule of double all monsters' wounds.
That has been one suggestion that I've flouted, which I think makes a lot of sense with like the Arachnarach spider and other monsters that have like
no reason,
10 plus wounds. That makes a lot more sense with just the way the game has gone with regards to step up and ASF and stuff like that. This just made the game so much killier.
Yeah.
So I think I'm the spawn. I'm doing the spawn. So I actually have a lot of familiarity with the spawn because a good buddy of mine plays Warriors of Chaos, and he brings the spawn. And it's kind of lamented as perhaps the worst unit in 8th edition Warhammer Fantasy Battles. That's where a lot of people who have familiarity with a lot of units would put it. I put it in there probably as well. I don't think it's terrible as a unit that you put on a flank, because it has 2d6 random movement, which is I think random movement's a really powerful rule. It allows you to charge 360, and so it's toughness 5, 3 wounds isn't very good, no save at all, d6 plus 1 attacks, not terrible, leadership 10, unbreakable. So I've seen it eat some fast cav, or somebody doesn't really understand the random movement rule or respect what a spawn can do, and that will grab them on a flank or something somewhere. So it gets a bad rap, but it's not necessarily the worst thing I've ever seen on a flank.
So let me ask you this, Mike.
Yeah.
There's 55 points a model. Would you ever take out a Razor Gore to put a Chaos Spawn in?
No.
Right.
I don't think so. I'm not saying I don't know it's the worst unit in the game. Some people say it's the worst unit in the game. There's got to be worse.
No, it's the Dark Elf. What's the Dark Elf thing that's the worst?
Oh, yeah, that Medusa thing.
Yeah, that's the worst thing in the game.
Horrible.
Leadership 2. That had to have been a misprint.
Then we're on to the Giant, which is basically the the same thing as the Cygor and the Gorgon.
So if you remember, we talked about how dragon ogres had been taken away, trolls been taken away, ogres been taken away. But no, you can keep the giant.
But the giant's in a
Right.
lot of armies. Like it's
Not this giant, isn't?
well,
No.
not this exact one, but
No, because this giant has weaker attack options in its table because it doesn't have the auto kill on all its pickup and whatever attacks, and you're paying more for it. So it's a giant with that unique Beastman flavor of overcostedness and less power.
Oh, it's beautiful.
I have to say, I know giants are fun and funny, but they are one of my least favorite units in any army book. Any army book that has a giant, I can guarantee you I will not be taking it. I just don't. They're not for me.
What a power gamer. Wow, gosh.
You know me.
No fun for Ryan.
I'm a jerk.
And finally,
The giant might be one. The giant is definitely one of the worst units in 8th edition. But in pretty much every army book, it's terrible.
Yeah.
It's just a huge point sink. It takes up rare points.
But they're fun.
Terrible.
They're fun.
They're not even. Are they fun? They just die.
They can kill
They're fun
monsters.
when they get in combat with things.
They're fun once every 10 games when they maybe fight a Necrosphinx. That's the only fun I see people ever have with it. I mean, as a unit of skinks, one round of shooting will pretty much just do it.
Just to be clear, I almost never take giants. I'm not actually advocating for them to be taken.
If you're listening to this podcast, don't use a giant if you don't have to.
I've
Yeah.
played Mike when he's used a giant, so I'm just going to throw that out there.
I have used a giant.
I mean, what we need to consider potentially is that a giant with unique Beastman flavor. What is the giant's purpose? And it's making the Gorgon look like less of a waste of points just by being on the same page.
Maybe that's why they kept it.
Good call.
I've long said that I think the Cygor and Gorgon at 225 points, I would maybe take them then.
Yeah.
We're talking about a 50-point discount.
So the Jabba Slythe, last unit we've got, and if you remember that devolve spell that I tried to pitch as worth using as a mind game, and everyone else said was useless, they have that spell casting automatically every magic phase, more or less, except with the caveat that it doesn't affect anything immune to psychology. So that spell that wasn't worth using, they have that but worse. Great selling point, isn't it? They
What an advertisement.
they have a range 12, strength 5 tongue attack, which with ballistic skill 4 but without quick to fire means that at best you're probably going to be hitting on 5s with a single strength 5 hit. Anyone that's used a Troglodon, no one's writing home about that thing's range attack, are they?
Yeah, because they're long range or moving, all that stuff.
Yeah. And then you've got spurting bile blood, which is if it suffers wounds in combat, it does strength 5 hits back. You've only got 5 wounds, you're only toughness 5, and you've got no save. This is the point where you realise you wasted your 275 points, and you just throw it at a unit, and it's like, just do something. Die well.
Oh, God.
Basically, all of these rare options are horrible. This is easily the worst rare section of any army book in Warhammer. There's not one good option.
Yeah, I mean,
and some of them are just abysmal options.
You could tear out the rare page in this book, except on the reverse page has the Razor Gore on it, so you wouldn't want to do that.
we need the special page that's on the other side.
Yeah.
So
just bad.
So on to
it's sad because they're like there's cool models for them. They have a Jabber Slythe model now. It's cool. The Cygor and the Gorgon are great. Chaos Spawns are always cool. And you're not going to take them. They're bad.
8th edition just did monsters dirty, generally speaking. They made some that are viable, the ones that have saves and that fly, and some that fly and have saves, but everybody else is just, they're just not viable.
But the Jabba Slythe flies, and it's still terrible.
Does it fly? Yeah, it does
Yeah,
fly.
it does.
Look at that.
But fly is so that you can either flank attack someone or do that, or flame template or whatever. And the Jabberslythe doesn't do that really.
No, you're relying entirely on this 12-inch bubble Aura of Madness, which,
Right.
I mean, it sounds like a broken record, but you know who that'd be really good against? Beastmen. Get into the back, use the fly to get into the Beastmen backlines away from the BSB reroll. That'd be good.
Yeah.
And then you get them all, suffer damage from that, get them all panicking, half the army's gone.
All right, so that's the rare, I think. Let's talk about some of our favorite special characters. The first is Kazrak, who I mentioned a little bit. Tell us some more about good Sir Kazrak.
So Kazrak One Eye has a famous feud going with Boris Toddbringer, Toddy. Anyone that's seen the meme will know what I'm talking about. Everyone else think I'm somewhat mad, but there is a meme of some guy in full plate armor bursting into a recording studio yelling for Kazrak One Eye. And the way this worked is that Kazrak killed Boris's kids, so Boris took Kazrak's eye, so Kazrak took Boris's eye, so Boris killed Kazrak's dog, and now we're on like round 5. This is an escalating will they, won't they, dark romance.
I hope they won't. I'm in the won't they camp.
But this is all Boris. This has become Boris's obsession. And when you read, say, like the End Times lore, when everything is Kazrak, everything has to be Kazrak. If I can beat Kazrak, I will save the world and stop the End Times. All I could think of was this feels a little bit Wuthering Heights on the level of obsessiveness. And if you read it that way, it becomes far less tragic and far more just tongue-in-cheek. So Kazrak was somewhat character that turned up tail end of 5th edition, and he did used to have a dog called Redmore that had its own model. It was a super Chaos Hound, and when I say super, I mean it had giant level strength. It was a strength 6 Chaos Hound. Eat your heart out. And so the fact that Boris killed it, fair play to him. That's a tough hound to fight. Now, all of these special characters that had previous iterations, the 6th, 7th edition versions we're going to be reading are very weak compared to previous editions. I'm just going to say that, and it's going to come back as a theme. Kazrak gets some bonuses to the ambush rule and lets some re-rolling happen to do with that. He has a 2-up armor save from the Dark Mail, and it negates any magic or runic weapons carried by anything in base contact. So he could take on an elect account like Boris Toddbringer and probably win because he's negating that rune fang. But his magic weapon is a whip, and it is designed for horde killing. He gets number of attacks equal to the number of models in the front rank of the enemy unit. So he goes up against a horde, he's on 10 attacks. Fair play to him. But they are just going to, their weapon skill 7, strength 5 attacks. He's not offering much by way of armor penetration or focus character killing, unfortunately. And I will say that similar to the Tuskor Chariot, they took the old model with the giant muscular thighs, if you've seen it, and in 6th edition, they slapped a new head on it. It's not a new model, it's a new head. It's a new head that doesn't even match the art. But lore-wise, Kazrak is in the present is the most likely to cause waves and have an actual career on the ground as a beast lord. He's controlling the Drakwold to some extent, causing a lot of ambushes, full guerrilla campaign. He's got a brain between his horns.
All right. Well, next on the list is Gorthor. Can you tell us about this chariot riding fiend?
Now, we talked about the lore for him before and how, greatest beast lord of all time. He almost destroyed the capital of the smallest imperial province.
The shade.
His claim to fame.
Seventh edition, he gets to generate from his link with the Dark Gods, he gets to generate a random Lore of Death spell once a turn as a bound spell, so you're still going to be spending magic dice to cast it, albeit at reduced level. And he gets a spear with killing blow. Great. Yep, that's game winning. And he gets a magic skull on his chariot, which therefore if the chariot gets blown up, it's gone. And it allows an extra die to be rolled for impact hits and pick the highest one. And his cloak just expands his general's leadership range by an extra 6. So it's the equivalent of, in 8th edition, of putting he's a monster rider but without a monster to get the increased bubble. Now, I just want to go back to what my previous comment about characters getting weakened between editions. Because what I've just described is a Beast Lord with some suboptimal items. Yeah?
Yeah.
So let's wax lyrical about back in 6th edition for Gorthor the Beast Lord. He could re-roll all fleeing and pursuit distance rolls just because he had a better chariot. Because he had a better charioteer. He would be firing off free Lore of Death spells. So rather than it being costing magic dice, it would be you roll a random Lore of Death spell and that just goes off, because that's how bound spells worked back then. So it wasn't crippling your magic phase to do it. You get to his spear, and this is not just, a spear with killing blow. This is, if any of his to hit rolls are doubles, triples, or quadruples, all of those wound automatically. If you rolled 4 1s to hit, that's 4 auto wounds.
Oh,
That's a scary weapon, as opposed to a generic one. That skull that I mentioned, that meant any hits on that model that were above strength 5 were downgraded to strength 5. So your cannon shots is strength 5 now, and it can only inflict 1 wound. There's no multiple wounds on this model. And so it's like a Stonehorn, but better. And finally, his cloak, instead of being an expanded leadership bubble, whatever the strength of the hit was that got him, that was the level of his ward save. So if you got hit by a strength 2 attack, 2 plus ward save. Got hit by strength 3, 3 plus, 5, 5 plus, 6 or above, 6 plus.
Oh, so he actually had protection instead of just a 4-up armor save.
Yeah, and if you combine that with that previous item, that means unless the chariot's destroyed, he's on a 5-up ward minimum.
Right.
Because it can't go above 5. So yeah, he used to be scary. In 7th edition, he's a joke.
What's the opposite of a glow up?
I mean, if he hadn't died 1,000 years ago, we'd be saying, he's past his prime, he's gone to seed. He's someone getting inducted to the Football Hall of Fame, and they're in the wheelchair and they've got their carer with them now, and you're just trying to be respectful.
He's been on the depreciation table for quite some time. All right. Well, that's Gorthor. What about Malagor, Evan?
Malagor is a level 4 wizard. He can take Lore of the Wild, Lore of Death, Lore of Shadow, or Lore of Beasts. He is a little unique in that he can fly. So his model, he actually has kind of like giant crow or raven wings that he was born with.
We're going to go with those crow or raven wings because he was born to murder.
Yes. Very, very well done. He has a special rule called Something Wicked This Way Comes. It says enemy units within 6 inches of Malagor may not use their general's leadership unless he is actually in the unit, which is kind of situational, but is kind of cool. He has Unholy Power. It says Malagor has a dread agenda given unto him by the dark gods themselves, and every spell Malagor casts brings his unholy mission that much closer to fruition. For every spell Malagor casts that is not dispelled, he gets a cumulative +1 on subsequent casting attempts for the rest of that same magic phase. So he kind of gets on a roll with his casting. And then he has the Icons of Vilification, which are an enchanted item. says he bears all manner of symbols of blasphemy, from the broken bodies of warrior priests to soiled scraps of mankind's most holy texts. These icons inspire Malagor's followers to ever greater acts of desecration. When making their primal fury tests, all friendly units within 6 inches of Malagor will become frenzied on a roll of a double as long as they have passed the test. So on primal fury, you can get, I believe it's on double ones. Your unit also is subject to frenzy, and so just on any double that they still pass with, they get that frenzy special roll, which is kind of cool.
Yeah, it really is.
So he's okay. Yeah, I mean, he's got a couple cool little things. The flying thing, I think, is big, especially with depending on the lore you pick. Obviously, gets him in range for certain spells. So yeah, I think he's okay. He's pretty pricey. I'd have to go back and look at his. Yeah, he's 350 points, so not super expensive, but not cheap by any means.
And no save.
Yeah, and no save. So the flying, you really have to be careful about where you're placing him. You want to avoid any stupid mistakes like putting him in front of places where he can get shot with ballistic skill shooting and that sort of stuff.
I mean, that's we keep saying that. That's basically every unit in this army book is, but it doesn't have a save.
Yeah.
All right. Well, what about Taurox? This is Mike. Taurox is the brass bull. I'll open it up here and check him out.
So Taurox is a Doom Bull on steroids. We've upped that toughness to 6. We've upped the base attacks to 6. We've got Frenzy, standard Blood Greed, Frenzy, Slaughterer's Call. But we've added a 1-up armor save as well.
Yeah, that's the big thing for him.
Extra impact hit as well. And we've gone for paired hand weapons. So got no increase to the strength, but strength 6 base. And you're ignoring armor saves. The problem is they're flaming attacks. And anyone that's played 8th knows you can pay for a 5-point magic item to ignore flaming attacks on a 2-up.
Yeah, so there was one thing on Taurox's brass body is that, I mean, it's super rare, but if someone got a 6 to hit, 6 to wound, and then he fails his armor save, he's just dead. He doesn't just take a wound, he takes all his wounds and he dies. So that is one thing about him. And Mike, you had something about him, unfortunate.
Sorry, I'm not sure.
He's missing something?
Oh, the fact that he's missing a model?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think we mentioned that before at the beginning of the podcast, but yeah, he is one of the casualties of the book who never received a GW model. So, playing with special characters in 8th edition was kind of rare, and Taurox is 335 points, so I'm not exactly sure he's worth taking, but if you did want to take him in a special situation, you would have to figure out your own model.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's hit up who's next.
Next up is Morga, and I mean I will explain the 7th edition rules, and then I will do exactly what I did on the last one and wax lyrical about how the mighty have fallen. So Morga is now a hero. So Morga can't be harmed by missile attacks or spells unless they're up close to him. So this is the reverse of an awful lot of what we've been seeing, where the Beastmen have to get up close to do any damage or to get a spell to affect anything. Suddenly the enemy has to come up to Morga into sort of his personal space, his allies' personal space, and put themselves at risk to do anything with their range attacks, which is great. That's a good thematic thing. We've not seen very much of that in these special characters, where it complements the Beastmen rather than just makes life even harder for them. And at the end of each round of combat, any models in base contact take a strength 3 hit, no armor save allowed. Nice. And then the Spirit Essence of Chaos. Now, at the beginning of the Magic phase, remove a friendly model within 12 inches from play, and then on a 3-up, you can put a chaos spawn more or less where that was. And this spawn isn't going to provide any points to the enemy. And you can just therefore farm Ungors or Ungor Raiders or Chaos Hounds, cheap stuff, for free spawn. Great. That's not a bad rule. He's unbreakable. I should say, Morga is a primal and immortal force. He gets killed a number of times in the lore, including by one of the elder tree men of the Wood Elves, and just contact with Morga corrupts this tree man, and he's one of the ones who's now locked up in the equivalent, the Wood Elf prison in the Wildwood. Now, Morga is about as close to having a god on the field as Chaos gets until end times. This is the spirit of Chaos itself, sort of lurching around the battlefield, mutating things, and you know that if you explode this guy's head or burn it with fire, he's going to come back in a couple of 100 years and have another go at you, which is more sinister than any of the other special characters, really, in terms of lore. Malagor.
But he's a hero.
Which brings us to how he used to be. He's a hero now. He's a relatively affordable hero now with a few gimmicks. Back in 6th edition, he was a lord, costing nearly 400 points, had Mark of Chaos Undivided, but what he had was a whole page of unique special rules that more or less changed the army to a variant list. You had no general. You had everything, including Bestigors, were skirmishers now. Similar to, we talked about the Raiders rule for Gors in the old days. He was lurching around like a Chaos Spawn, which he doesn't do in the same way anymore. And this spirit essence of Chaos thing, it was any unit was taking D6 within the 8 was taking D6 strength 4 hits if they failed a leadership test. And if any of these caused wounds, Spawn were popping up all over the place. So if you got him into the middle of a load of goblins, you might be getting 3 or 4 free Spawn per turn, which were then just roving off in random directions. Great. Unbreakable. He acted as his own sort of general, summoning the ambush, old mechanics this. Minus to hit, terror. But the real thing was, this was as much a different list from the normal army as, say, some of the Storm of Chaos lists were. Morga wasn't just a character, Morga was a game mode.
That's kind of cool.
So yeah, that is the last of these ones where I'm just going to wax lyrical about what they've lost.
Yeah, but
so now he's like Diet Morgar now.
He's not. The lore still matches the idea of this eternal force of chaos that is coming for you, but he's a hero and he's much more manageable now than he was.
Maybe when he dies and comes back, he's a little weaker and he has to build up, and so he's just in that building up stage. This is my headcanon. All right, well, tell us about Slug Tongue.
Slug Tongue is a level 2 wizard. You can take Lore of the Wild or Lore of Death. He has Primal Fury, Poisoned Attacks, and Regeneration. And the main reason you would take him is he has kind of a game setup effect, which is Curse of the Famine Fiend. And essentially, immediately after deployment, each enemy unit that is within 36 inches of Slug Tongue must roll once on a table. And on a 1 to 3, there's no effect. On a 4 to 5, the unit suffers D3 wounds with no armor saves allowed. And on a 6, they suffer D6 wounds with no armor saves allowed. So you kind of put them up towards the front of your army, hoping to catch as much of the enemy army in his 36-inch bubble, which is not always doable, depending on the army you're playing against. But but can be pretty powerful if you are able to roll, a 4, 5, or 6, especially for like small units, like small but powerful units like Chaos Knights or something like that. If you can take a couple of those guys off, that's a lot of points that you've already paid for him. So yeah, he's a pretty solid choice, especially if the enemy is not prepared for him or knows much about him. He's 190 points. Other than that, he's just kind of a normal shaman stat line, I think. So
Cool.
With regen, though.
yeah, with the regen, 4-up regen.
Always nice. All right, well, tell us about Moonclaw.
Yeah. So Moonclaw is. I'm really fascinated by Moonclaw's lore. It kind of caught me off guard whenever I got to this character. They start out his lore where he's not actually born of the world. He comes from the moon of Morslib, and apparently at the time of Geheimnisnacht, which I believe is the Empire's version of Halloween, he descended to the old world and just terrorized the land, right? His stats in game are, he's a level 1 wizard. He can choose lore, wild, or shadows. I assume he's going to choose shadows. His special rules are kind of interesting. He gets Primal Fury, of course, but then he gets this 12-inch bubble of everybody, friend and foe, has to take stupidity tests. So I guess keep them near your BSBs and leaders, I suppose, or keep them away from people. And then he has a special rule called Unholy Zenith, where you secretly roll a D3 before the game starts, and then based on that number, that's when Morslib is full, and he gets a +2 bonus to casting rolls. So I guess he's a level 3 at that turn, and then he can call down some Warpstone meteors and make D3 shooting attacks. As if he's a stone thrower, which is kind of cool. I think that's an interesting mechanic. And lastly, he has a 5-up ward save and 2 magic resistance. He rides some sort of beast called Umbralock, with an all right amount of attacks on both him and Umbralock at weapon skill 3, strength 4, and toughness 4. He's only 200 points, which I guess I shouldn't preface it by only 200 points, but it doesn't seem incredibly expensive. He's a hero level. It seems like something that would be pretty fun to take and center an army design around this character. So for 200 points, I think he might be kind of fun. I don't think he ever actually got a model. I could be wrong, but
No model.
Yeah, I whenever I read the lore, I started searching for one, but I only saw a few kit bashes that people had done. But it seems like he should be. Well, I guess I can't say definitively, but he might be active, or at least around during the time of the old world. It doesn't really give any sort of like beginning or ending to his life, or even if there is a beginning and end to his life in the lore very much. So maybe we will get a model of him. I think that'd be pretty cool.
The big issue with his meteor rule is that if he's in combat, he can't shoot them, so it becomes wasted.
Oh, got it.
And the bonus he gets to cast, because you roll a d3. Lore of the Wild, as we've established, has no decent range spells. If you'd gone for that and it falls in an early turn, useless. Lore of Shadow, he's a low-level caster. You're probably going to be taking either Miasma or one of the debuff spells. And again, if it falls on turn 1, well, what are you going to debuff? And so this is where the yes, he's 200 points, and there's a lot of things going on, but the synergy with an actual Beastman army can be quite minimal.
Yeah, I agree. It seems like kind of just something that if you think it's cool, you take it. But it's not really. I agree. He doesn't really synergize or make the army that he's a part of better.
It's one of those things where they had the idea of making it chaotic and making it strange because that fits the lore and stuff, but so chaotic and strange that it doesn't really ever fit, and it might not ever work.
Yeah.
And for lookouts, sir, he's going to have to go into Centaurs, which want to be in combat.
So, all right. Well, what about Ungrel Fourhorn, who is a unit upgrade?
He is. So 7th edition had a number of these that then were phased out as an idea, where special characters ceased to be their own unique units and instead were unit upgrades, which then massively limited what you could attach them to, as you can imagine, because that's that one unit. It's an upgrade for that. It's stuck in that unit. Ungrel is an Ungor special character who decided to have his own little one beast but two-headed revolution and murder the Beastlord and the Bray Shaman in the middle of the night. He's got 2 heads, so he put one set of their severed horns on each of his heads, and that did a little dance, happy with himself. And so was Outcast, because he'd murdered a shaman and he'd also murdered a Beastlord outside of a challenge. So he's sort of the Ungor folk hero character of, no, we can rise up and be better than we are, as sort of like goblinish chaff. But rules wise, he's a unit. He's, as I say, an upgrade, so he's a unit champion with 2 wounds, strength 4, toughness 4, 2 attacks, and you roll each turn to decide if he gets a stat boost to his combat abilities, so extra weapon skill and strength, or does he become a level 1 wizard for a turn, and it has to be Lore of the Wild, which we've established is not a good lore. So the only reason you would take him is the fact that, unlike most of the character options in here, Ungrel Fourhorn can ambush. So you can get someone who is, on a good day, strength 5, leadership 7 in an Ungor unit behind the enemy line, or to the side of the enemy line, because it's Beastman ambush, you can't guarantee where, and if he gets in the right place, and if there is a soft target, he might be a little bit useful. But you've paid 75 points for him. He's never going to earn his points back unless you're very lucky.
Yeah. All right. So we have our final special character, Goros Warhoof.
Yeah. Talking about Goros Warhoof. So if you're looking for him in the Beastmen Armybook, he's actually under the Centaur rules. He's basically a unit upgrade to a Centaur unit. His stats are weapon skill 5, strength 5, T4, 2 wounds, 4 attacks. He's 155 points. He's basically kind of a hero level character, 2 wounds in that 155 point range. Looks like he has light armor and he's mounted, so he's going to have a 5-up save. He's actually not bad. His rules allow the Centaur unit that he's associated with +1 weapon skill, so he's like Grimgor in that sense. The unit he is going to be a part of is going to be a little bit better weapon skill. His other special rules are, if he's killed, all Beastmen units in the army receive a +1 bonus to their leadership when taking Primal Fury tests. He has a pretty good magic weapon. Each unsaved wound caused by it turns into D3 wounds. And he has a magic skull talisman, which gives him magic resistance too and makes wood elves hate him. So the lore behind him is he's a pretty ancient centaur who's been around hundreds of years and has sired hundreds, if not thousands, of Centaurs. And so if you're a Centaur in the old world, you're probably related to Goros Warhoof. And he goes into battle with his sons. And, he's kind of got that Genghis Khan thing going on where he's a powerful warlord who sired a million people. And, I don't. His rules aren't bad from the standpoint of weapon skill 5, strength 5, 4 attacks that turn into D3 wounds is pretty good. The problem you're going to run into is he's T4, has 2 wounds, and only has a 5-up armor save. So pretty much he's going to die to a stiff wind. So, yeah, let's go with Warhoof.
And you're rolling on this drunken table again, so quite what he's going to be at the start of the game, you can't guarantee. Similar to Centaurs.
And I guess we should mention that if you take Goros in your army, then Centaurs become a core unit. So this is kind of a theme where you can, make a Centaur-heavy Beastmen army if that was something you cared to do. If you were really into Centaurs, you could take Goros, then they would be all core, and you could take a bunch of Centaurs, whereas they're normally special. You could only take 3 units.
And what is unique about him is he shares a special place with Isabel von Karstein as a special character with a reputation for being worth more dead than alive. So the certainly once you get into higher points games, sort of 3,000 points up, you take Goros to run a suicide mission so that the entirety of your army can be better at Primal Fury tests.
Right. I think you point him at the biggest, baddest unit he can do some damage to, like Monstrous Cav or Monsters or something like that, and try and get some D3 wounds off. And then if not, he just dies and buffs the rest of your army.
And again, we get into this, as we talked about earlier, the psychological side of this game, where if your enemy knows that you're trying to suicide charge with Goros, what are they going to do to try and stop you suiciding charging with Goros? And what's that going to do to their battle plan?
Right.
Kerry plays a game on a higher level than the rest of us. I think that's pretty clear.
I overthink it, and then I force my opponents to overthink it.
This isn't going exactly as I planned it on the internet.
All right. Well, we've talked about all the units. Tell us your favorite unit for game situations. Which one do you want to take?
Oh, should we do magic items right?
Yeah, we will. I'm just we'll just do a favorite unit, then we'll do magic items.
And by you mean on the tabletop, Brian?
Yeah.
Okay, so on the tabletop, obviously, I sang the praises of the Bestigor. They are reliable without magic buffs or debuffs to the opponent. So they are one of the few units in the Beastmen Armybook that can really pack a punch and be viable without access to great magic. So I think they're the best unit and the most reliable unit.
I like to take lots of chariots. I've modeled and painted 5 of them, so like any excuse I can use to take a bunch of chariots is good by me. You can also do just like weird, funny things like put characters on chariots and like do stuff like give them the hunting spear, so you have like a mobile bolt thrower flying around, or one I've messed around with too is giving a shaman a chariot mount and then giving him the skin of man, so he's like a scouting chariot. Just kind of funny. So just fun little things like that you can do by also putting characters on chariots.
I think a block of Minotaurs would be fun to paint up and run. We kind of already discussed their viability and how they perform, but I think they would just be a unit that I'd be excited to use.
Well, I'm definitely with Brian there. I think Minotaurs are really cool. That's definitely what I would build any army around, is having a lot of Minotaurs. But since he said that one, I think that the Gorgon is also cool. So, Doom Bull and a Gorgon really cool stuff. I would
It's just a bigger
definitely
Minotaur.
get those. What's that?
It's just a bigger Minotaur.
Exactly.
I think mine at the moment is going to have to be Razor Gore Chariot, because I've built it relatively recently, and I'm basically going to have to use Beastmen in my next battle because I want to use that thing on the field. Already trying to work out, whether I should convert an empire unit of the Hunters of Sigma who hate Beastmen just to get this sort of narrative matchup going.
Nice. Okay, well, let's go ahead and talk then about the magic items. Mike already mentioned the gifts of chaos, and that there's one particular gift of chaos that's most common that you'll see, which is Gnarled Hide, which gives a 5-up scaly skin save, and it's a way of getting a BSB or any character that can take gifts, get their armor save higher and save them. Any others that anyone sees generally ever? Sorry, are there any other gifts of chaos that anyone sees used? I think maybe Many-Limbed Fiend.
See that on Doombull build sometimes for that extra strength 6 attack.
Yeah. But I think the rest are
most
not
of them
really.
aren't. Occasionally Gouge Tusks when it's someone clearly trying to just sort of fill up their points. Armor piercing is useful, but you're almost at the same cost as an Ogre Blade there. No, sorry, not an Ogre Blade. Blade of Strength, whatever it's called. +1 strength sword.
Yeah.
Sort of might.
Okay, well, in that case, let's talk about the magic weapons. Are there any magic weapons someone wanted to talk about?
Well, I just had briefly mentioned the hunting spear. It's just a 24-inch bolt thrower, which when you put on a character in a chariot is kind of fun to just like fly around and throw at people. So it's not good, but it's fun.
To feed in something we mentioned earlier, I'd really like to see someone take the 100-point primeval club against Dark Elves, and the Dark Elf player have that epiphany moment of, wait, never before has this happened, but my Bloodrack Medusa with its leadership 2 is going to step up to the plate because that means your general is hitting at strength 2. She can win this.
Very nice.
Yeah, it's not a very good item at all.
It gives strength equal to the unmodified leadership, but you can get high strength with this army in other ways, and 100 points is way too much, and your model's going to die.
Yeah, the only thing of note is the brass cleaver, probably.
Yeah. So tell us what that does.
The brass cleaver confers a single bonus attack against each of the models in base contact with the bearer. So if you're on a 25mm base and you're fighting 25mm, you'll get 3. If you're on 25mm base and you're fighting 20s, I guess you'll get 3 as well. So,
yeah, if you put it on something with a chariot, you can get more. But
the steel claws are pretty good as well. So 35 points, 2 hands. You're getting an extra D3 attacks rather than the extra 1 for a additional hand weapon. And on a 6, when determining number of attacks, you're going to ignore armor saves that round. And that and the brass cleaver are ones that you can put quite well onto your Great Bray Shaman, and then pair it with Jagged Dagger, which we'll talk about in a second.
Okay. There is a Killing Blow axe, but it's 75 points, and so therefore not worth it at all.
But it sort of shows
all right, well,
shows where their headspace was when they were planning this book, that they think they really have overvalued Killing Blow, both here and with Gortha.
Yeah, it's crazy. They're like, oh, you can give Killing Blow to this, model for 75 points. Also, every single Graveguard has Killing Blow. It's like, what? Like how?
Well, that whole Unbreakable thing, the second part of it sounds pretty good, actually.
That is true. They are unbreakable.
If you kill someone in a challenge with it.
Yeah, and he doesn't have many defenses, so he'll still, be available for death. What about magic armor?
The big one in magic armor is, well, there's 2. We've got the Blackened Plate, which pairs really well if you're using the End Times rules, because you take it on a Minotaur character, put that character in a unit of trolls, and those trolls are either going to regenerate or they're going to have a 4-up ward against flaming, and that's a very powerful synergy. It's just heavy armor, 2-up ward against flaming, and it gives the whole unit a 4-up against flaming. So,
right. But now in this book, there are no trolls. That's with the army list that comes in end times.
So in this book, you take the Ramhorn Helm for 15 points, which is, like all helms, it's a 6-up save that you can combine with other armor. But every time you pass this armor save, you get an extra bonus attack back at your basic strength. So you stack this with heavy armor and with the gnarled hide on something like a Doom Bull, and they, for every 2-up armor save they make, they get an extra strength 6 attack back ad infinitum.
Yeah, so they, you can do it with the re-rollable Dawn Stone so that they're, re-rolling that armor save to really make sure that they pass it. And now you're doing a lot of damage. You put the model in a spot in the unit where opponents can't avoid it completely, then they have to attack it. Stuff like that really optimizes it.
Yeah, people put it on a Doom Bull and then it's hard. No, it's really hard to kill in close combat.
You put it on a flying Doom Bull, even harder to avoid.
Yeah, that goes on the fly bull sometimes. Now, Mike mentioned in enchanted items the Shard of the Heardstone. At the Shard of the Heardstone, you place this item, and at the beginning of the game, and then any friendly wizard within 6 inches of it gives you an extra power dice every on your magic phase. So people run a lot of level 1s sitting at the Heardstone, and then a level 4 up front, and that level 4 can still benefit from the magic dice of all those level 1s. And so you roll a 3 and a 3, you've got 6 magic dice, and your opponent has 3, and then you got 4 level 1s back there. Suddenly you're at 10 and 3, and you have a really dominant magic phase. So,
yeah, and just to be clear, the Heardstone is actually a piece of terrain that GW actually has a model for, but you could make one yourself that you need to put down. That's going to be about 3 inches across and 6 inches tall. It's supposed to represent a Heardstone that you would see in the book.
Right. So yeah, you place it down and they have to stay there. But a lot of people build a strong magic phase around it. What about talismans? It's only 2. Are there any?
Yeah, I think the Chalice of Dark Rain is equivalent to the Skaven Storm Banner. It does pretty much the same thing, where on one use only at the beginning of the enemy's shooting phase, you pop it, and if war machines that don't use Blizzard skill can only shoot on a 4+ that turn, and everybody else is -1 to shoot. So very similar with dampening your opponent's shooting for 1 turn, kind of like the Storm Banner.
Right. Arcane items. Who's mentioned the Jagged Banner? Hit us up with
I've
that.
mentioned it a few times. So for 10 points, you're getting an item that every time an enemy model is killed in close combat by the bearer of the Jagged Dagger, you put that model to one side as a token, and that is a free power dice in your next magic phase. Because it's an arcane item, it's going to have to be a Shaman or Great Shaman. Great Shaman has much better combat stats, and this is why keep talking about putting magic items on your Bray Shamans or your Great Bray Shamans, because you can use that to farm more power dice. And if you're then using death magic as well, you could potentially farm power dice in the combat phase, in both combat phases, enemies as well, and then use those for death spells that you then generate more power dice for and cast again. So it's this ridiculous self-perpetuating power dice pool.
The other item that you'll see here, I think some people use Hag Tree Fetish, which does any wounds, you pick an enemy unit within 24, and then during that magic phase, any wounds against it can be re-rolled. So if there's a unit that you're going to be you think you're going to be casting some magic on that has the possibility to do a lot of wounds, any failed ones you can re-roll. So I think some people occasionally use that. Am I right in that? Or is that one no longer?
I don't know that they have a lot of spells that are offensive in nature.
Vile Tide.
The spells it pairs best with are Vile Tide and Flock of Doom, because those are lots of hits but low strength, so you're significantly increasing your chance of doing damage if you're re-rolling all fails.
Right.
The problem again is range, so you're going to have to get within 24 inches of your viable target.
And is that what you want to cast? Vile Tide or
Probably
Flock of
not.
Doom?
No.
Yeah.
Well, if you're casting Vile Tide, you've picked the Lore of the Wild, and you've already shot yourself in the foot, or in the hoof, as it were.
Mistakes were made.
I've used the Manbane standard before.
Okay, tell us about the Manbane standard.
It says all enemy units within 6 inches of the Manbane standard suffer a -1 to their leadership characteristic. So I've put it on like Bestigor units that I know are going to win combat, but maybe they're up against something that's going to be, stubborn or steadfast. So if you can knock them down 1 pip of leadership on their stubborn test, that's, that might be all you need to break them. So it's not a bad item, I don't think.
Now, how does that work with the general? So if they are, let's say, your unit that you're fighting is leadership 7, the general is out of range of the Manbane standard. It's more than 6 inches away, and in a different unit, let's say. So they're now leadership 6, but do they still use his leadership at the full leadership of, let's say, 10? Or does it knock the characteristic down once they receive it from the general?
I'm not sure 100% how it legally is played, but I would play it as whatever their general's leadership -1. That would
If
be
I remember correctly, GW made a dumb decision on that, but I would also play it the correct way, which is to do it like you said. I also don't remember for certain. There's also the Beast Banner. Who wants to talk about the Beast Banner?
I think we've talked about it already. I mean, it's a 75-point banner, so you have to put it on a BSB, and it gives him and all his unit +1 strength. So it's the one you want to put on your big unit of gores with extra hand weapons to get as many strength 4 attacks out of them as you can. And it synergizes really well. Like if you can get a Wissen's Wild form off on them, all of a sudden you've got a huge block of 2 attack, weapon skill 4, strength 5, toughness 5 guys, which is pretty damn powerful. So
it's one of the only banners in the game that's above that requires a BSB to take a banner that's worthwhile, I think.
Yeah. There's not many that are like that. You're right.
Yeah. All right. Well, that leads us. That's the end of the magic items. Is there anyone that had a magic item that they really wanted to talk about that we didn't talk about? There's a lot in these 6th and 7th ed books. 8th ed pares it down. Okay. Well, in that case, we just have some couple questions to finish off the podcast. Here's the first one. Someone should play this faction if. Hit us up. What do you think, Kerry? Someone should play this faction
if you're really looking for a challenge that you are aware might be quite frustrating.
All right. Mike, what about you?
Yeah, I was going to say something similar. I was thinking I know good players from my times playing Warhammer who intentionally took on the challenge of playing Beastmen because they like the lore and they like the army and they recognize that they're a not powerful book and they like the idea of making it work and taking it to tournaments and trying to win games. So if you're someone who wants to challenge themselves in Warhammer, there's lots of reasons that this ranks as probably the worst army book. And you can impress yourself by using it.
That's right. All right. Brian, what about you? You should play this army if what? What would make you play it?
I'd say the biggest choice for myself and the advice I'd give to anybody else is if you really dig the aesthetics. If you think the models look cool. If you're into, painting a bunch of Bestigors or running some Minotaurs and seeing what they can do on the table, then absolutely pick it up.
All right, Evan, why do you play them? What would you say?
Well, I would say it was originally because I liked the look of the army. I continue to play them though because I want to try and win a game with them. Which I
play them
don't.
against me, you'll get a game.
I don't think I've won with the Beastmen book. I've played to a couple of draws, which felt like wins. And I've played some close losses that also felt like wins, just because of the power general or the relative power level of the book. So you can't play this army if you're a sore loser. Let's put it that way.
Okay. I would say. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry. We've talked an awful lot about this being a weak book. Just for some level of context, some of the comp systems that were in play towards the end of 8th they awarded additional points to books that were considered weak within the comp system. And I remember Beastmen were getting sort of between 500 and 700 additional points to spend on their army to try and balance this in some competitions.
Yeah.
On a 2,500 point game, that's a lot of free points.
Yeah, that's a lot of points. I would say for me, you should play this faction if you know that GW is coming out with a new book for them. So that's why you should play if you find that out.
I don't know that we've really mentioned. I mean, we've kind of mentioned the fact that it's maybe the weakest army book in 8th edition Warhammer Fantasy, but I don't know that we've really laid out why that is. I don't necessarily want to open a whole can of worms, but I think it makes sense to explain why they're the worst book by the significant margin.
Wasn't that literally your introduction for them, Mike?
We've talked about the lack of armor. We've talked about how many things are overcosted. We've talked about poor internal synergies. We've talked about the flaws in every single unit that shouldn't necessarily have those flaws. We've talked about what they don't have, like viable rare units, things like that. So we haven't necessarily said, this is a difficult list to use to win, except I think we've said that a few times as well, directly. What other weaknesses need covering?
Well, I would point out, I think that they have mobility, but they lack elite mobility, which makes armies good and viable in the game. So you have chariots, but chariots can't march, so they're movement 8, so they're a little bit slow. And they have flyers in that they have harpies, but they're not good at fighting. So, and you also don't have any shooting. And so when you synergize these things, some of the best things in the game are things that move quickly, things that can shoot effectively, and things that can really give you problems are fast cav, shooting, and quick or flying things. And they have good redirectors. They have okay mobility, but they don't have enough mobility, and it just doesn't really come together on the tabletop. That's what I'd say.
Yeah, they're just not. There's nothing that they're great at, too, which is always a problem. If you don't have one thing that you can beat your opponent at, and then they don't synergize like some of the like Empire, which is do it all kind of thing, but it synergizes. The Beastmen are like that, but they don't synergize. They're anti-synergy. So that's part of the problem too.
It should be pointed out that a lot of armies do have problems with redirectors are really important if you want to do well in 8th edition. And Beastmen have a lot of good redirectors, but they don't move that quickly and they can be shot pretty easily, which is a big problem. And so
and redirecting doesn't win you points, so you can play for a draw a lot of the time, but if you're just avoiding points in the other person's army, where are you getting your points at?
Well, redirecting helps you dictate what combats happen and in what order and when they happen. So
Ultimately, you're going to try and surge your unarmored bestial horde across the battlefield, using redirectors, using your slightly higher movement, maybe using some of these movement buff spells. But when you get there, you're not necessarily going to win because your troops aren't that good.
yeah, you got to pop. You got to have a decent magic phase, which sometimes it happens, but sometimes it doesn't. And so that's how it goes.
All right. So that's the someone should play this faction if section. And I was joking earlier. I think aesthetics, they're really cool and you should play if you like that. And also the challenge is a good reason. Finding the models, most of these models or a lot of these models are available still, especially like your gores, your ungores. The chariots are not. Chaos Warhounds, you can do that. The Minotaurs are available. The Cynogores are, but are expensive. Bestigores are available. Razor Gores you can find on a lot of different sites, or you can make your own out of Savage Orc Boars. The Cygor, the Gorgon, the Jabberslythe, the Giant, and the Chaos Spawn are all available. I'm not sure which special characters are still available, but some of them probably are. So there's a lot that is available from GW. You can get it from their site or eBay or wherever. Any other advice on that that's necessary?
As has previously been mentioned, you can get the Chaos Warrior Chariot kit and use that with the Savage Orc Boars to make your Tuskor chariots. You can then sub in either a load of conversions on one of those boars or a third-party Razor Gore to make your Razor Gore chariot. But just a heads up for people wanting to save money, there's enough bits in the Chaos Warrior chariot set that as long as you can get some more wheels from somewhere and are okay with bodging together the base plate for the chariot and the back axle, you can get two chariots out of that kit structurally in terms of the spokes and the harnesses for putting something together and the front plate. So just don't look at the cost of the chariot kit and think, oh, I need to buy that once per chariot. If you're okay with glue and some spares, you can squeeze two chariots out of each of those kits.
All right. So here's one of our questions we always ask with an army book. If you were building a 2,500 point list, what units would you build around? You don't have to say the whole list, but what would your list look like? I think I've made it clear that mine would be Doombull, Minotaur, Gores, and the Gorgon. So that's actually what I do have. So when Mike finally plays my list, that's what he'll play against.
I like taking the 206 Beastman Banner BSB and a unit of Gore with a Beastlord in there, and then a big unit of 40 Pestigore, and so that's what I like to run.
Chariots, load up those chariots; they're fun.
I like hearing the different styles.
I'd actually second the chariot one because, as I said earlier, built my Razor Gore chariot. Need to take it to the field. It's going to be accompanied by as many of its mates as it can. I might even sort of inform some orcs that, no, you're being Beastmen today, so I can have even more chariots.
There you go.
Then I'm going to run this against an Empire army. Might stick Valton in for old time's sake, because the only Beastman victory I've ever had, as I mentioned before we started recording, was when playing 6th edition had Valton unarmored with his 2 hammers, and he got hit by 3 chariots in successive turns until he eventually gave up and ran away and got run down. So let's kill Sigma's Chosen and grind him under these unscythed wheels we have.
Yeah, I think I would second Ryan's and choose Minotaurs with some Gores. I think that'd be fun.
All right. I like that. I like that running Minotaurs with me, Brian. We know that Mike does like Pestigore models, and we've talked about a number of the different ways that we might build stuff. Kerry's mentioned different ways of building chariots, and that's always helpful. So there are a lot of conversions you can look up online. So for this army, so that's always wise to go and do. All right. The last question we have then is, where would you rank this army for lore, for aesthetics, and for power level? Who wants to start?
So for lore, I'd put this right near the bottom of the heap, just because the way I'm judging it on the book. The way this book was written, it didn't really draw me into, right, I want to follow that theme, I want to follow that story. A lot of it was quite skin deep, even if that skin had been flayed off a Empire Villager. The aesthetically, we're middle of the road. I'd say, out of the 15, probably around ninth, maybe. So below middle of the road. Just because while we've got some interesting monsters in there, there's even the Jabba Scythe. It's not the best sculpt. It's not visually and underneath all of it, you've got this knowledge that you're not going to take it, and aesthetically, I almost have to judge. Yes, there's the aesthetics of the whole range, but there's also the aesthetics of a competitive army, and a competitive Beastman army doesn't have most of the weird and wonderful things because they're not worth taking. Which takes us to power level. We're bottom of the heap here. We're at 15.
Yeah. All right, Evan. What about you?
Yeah, I think I'm pretty much going to agree with Kerry on this. I would say, yeah, towards the bottom for lore. There's only so many ways that in this book they can say, like, Beastmen are filthy and gross and violent and they hate society. That's like that's like the gist, and they just like reiterate that over and over and over again, and it gets pretty dull. And then for aesthetics, I love the look of the army, but the big issue is there's so many gaps in this range that just never got updates or never had models to begin with. And part of that is like a lot of the special characters don't have models, which would be really cool opportunities for them to have made them, but for whatever reason decided it wasn't worth their time. And then, yeah, I gotta agree. Power level, it's in the bottom of the barrel, I think. I'm an average to above average Warhammer player, and I really struggle to make the army work. It is an uphill battle for sure.
Mike, what about you?
Yeah, with regards to lore, having read through the book, I don't particularly enjoy the lore that much. I think the book's done a disservice to itself, moving away from having interactions with the different chaos gods more prominent. I also don't really enjoy kind of the redundancy. It seems like there's only so many, like Evan was saying, there's only so many ways to talk about Beastlords and their failed attempts to overthrow the Empire, and it's just not very intriguing. It's not very intricate. It's just kind of uncivilized hordes doing uncivilized horde stuff. The only thing I bury it maybe a little bit different is that I think the whole forest aspect and kind of the historical notions of forests being scary places and kind of the horror genre surrounding it, I think is pretty fascinating. So I'd put the lore, I don't know, probably around 4. So that's not a ringing indictment, but it's not last.
So you're saying fourth from last.
Fourth from last, yeah. And then the aesthetic, I don't really care for the 7th edition models that came out, like the Bestigor or the Minotaurs. I like the older 5th edition Minotaurs, and I like the 6th edition Pestigors and the Gore. So, but there's a lot of other armies that I enjoy more, so I'd probably put them like 5th or 6th from bottom. They're just okay. And then with regards to power level, I think it's pretty unanimous consensus that they're the worst army. That certainly has an army book. I don't know if Dogs of War are worse, but I think probably Beastmen are worse.
Okay, Brian, what about you?
Much like how the book repeats ambush, defecate, get drunk, and run away, I'm going to repeat everybody else and say that I was not very taken by the lore in general. There was the occasional tidbit that I thought that it was cool, but in a lot of cases, it was either not very long, it was just a little blurb, or it was just not really touched on that much. With the aesthetics, I like the aesthetics of the gores and the minotaurs, but for me, all the different types of beastmen just kind of run together a little bit. And so whenever I look at a beastman army, I kind of just see goatmen and minotaurs and chariots. So it seems kind of lacking with variety. So I would probably rank that relatively low as well. And then for power level, obviously not a great army book, not a very powerful army. So I would rate it relatively low.
All right, well, that leaves me. I'd say lore, I agreed. I actually disagree with Mike about separating it from chaos. I think that they could have done stuff better with that. I like that they separated from the chaos gods to some degree. I think asking the question of, what happens to chaos things that are born into it and then like just get left behind by chaos. They're still chaosified, but they don't really get what the others get. I like that idea. It's just kind of interesting. And I think if they played with that more, they could possibly do something, but they didn't. They left it at just a couple moments that give you a glimpse of that question of what happens to chaos stuff it's not even undivided. They're just chaos. Yeah, chaos discarded. That's going to be my army. Yes, chaos discarded. And so yeah, they're also pretty low on lore. I don't know if they'll be the worst that we read, but certainly the worst we've read so far, and I suspect they'll be a lot lower than most others. So 11, 12. Aesthetics, I really like some of their stuff. I think some of their stuff hits. I love the gore. The best gore are pretty good. I like the Gorgon. The Minotaurs do not do it for me. The newer plastic Minotaurs, just the muscles on muscles on muscles is not my style. Even though I love Minotaurs as an idea, the Pumbaa gore is a bad model. You can fix it evidently, and then a lot of people make proxies or whatever, but it's just real hit or miss. So I wouldn't say it's the best aesthetic, but I do like it better than certain other armies. So I'd say probably like a 9 or a 10, maybe 11. And then power level, I don't think anyone's surprised it's like 15. So that's it. But if you want to challenge, you can play it. All right. Well, then we've been the Heardstone. Thank you very much for listening. All right. Well, that's all we have for today. We hope that next month you'll gather around the Heardstone with us again.